Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, I welcome all of the viewers who are gathered with us now for this amazing Parashakti Akashic reading program. And I welcome each and every one of you from all of the various different zones across the world, in different countries, knowing different languages. I welcome each and every one of you for this program. If you are here, it means that existence wants you to be here in this form. And you are here not by accident, but by an incident. It's not just a coincidence, but a cosmic intervention in your life. So welcome to this sacred experience with the divine. Devi, Parashakti, is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. And she is the source of billions and billions of universes out there. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. How to relate starts with the mother. And today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, and healing us. Now, what is the Bhava Samadhi darshan that we are going to be experiencing today? It's a very exquisite, ancient program that is revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. To break it down, first of all, what is Samadhi? Samadhi is oneness, and Sama is oneness, and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source, and Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being in oneness with the source. And darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe a moment we behold a deity, an avatar, or a saint or enlightened being. As just seeing the enlightened being really breaks karmas of lifetime. And there's fundamental concept that we have to understand. Divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightenment time zone, through the deities and incarnations. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where the formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sarira and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, for us to experience Paramashiva. And as an example here, you can see Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Devi Rajarajeshwari, manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, Devi Meenakshi, who was alive and walking on planet Earth thousands of years ago. The Archavatar, or the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During the darshan, the whole brain is activated. And during the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our mirror neurons are mirroring that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is the entire body. An Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a reading from an cosmic archive beyond space, creation, and destruction. And because the Akashic records are so powerful, so many people are able to find so much of transformation in them. Now, let us be introduced to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism briefly. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. He is the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasha Shamalapita Sarvagnapitam. As you can see here, the photographs of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated, and the immense amount of work that was done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to revive the Madurai Adinam, the oldest Hindu papal state. And here, as you can see, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvagnapitam by the Guru Parampara at the age of 16 on the 24th of May, 1994. And he founded the Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally at the age of 21 in 1999. And founded Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam at the age of 24 on the 4th of November 2002. And declared as the successor of the Sripura Sarvagnapitam at the age of 26 on the 1st of January 2004. As you can see here, the pictures of the coronation, and is currently the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Sarangi Samrajyam, the lineage of at the age of 26 on the 31st of December 2004. Here you can see pictures of the previous emperors. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagnapitam at the age, and coronated at the age of 29 in 2007. And coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvagnapitam at the age of 30. and officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age of 35. And declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, the monastic order in the Hinduism, and the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, as well as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is coronated as Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam at the age of 36. And Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adinam and coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Vedaranyam Adinam. And finally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adipita Kolladam Mata at the age of 37 in 2015. And elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of 1,000 Hindu leaders at the age of 36, as you can see here, the celebration of the coronation, and is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion followers in the Hinduism. With over 1 billion views on Facebook, in websites, and with more than 70 initiatives. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has demonstrated 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including the humanitarian services, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And you can always see, visit, and explore for yourself the various books at books.nithyananda.org, as you can see here. With over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has as well established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million Palmani scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. With over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views. And is respected as a commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, and the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras as well. You can see here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism traveled globally in order to deliver these discourses. Now, is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded and internationally recognized Hindu leader, as you know, many of you, with proclamations pouring in from different states, different countries of the different states in the United States, and acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, and Spirit magazine, and the reviver of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora who are working for giving superconscious breakthrough to humanity. the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. The establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems. The founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagna Pitas. That brings us to a conclusion of the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in the next segments, we'll be understanding and seeing the demonstration of Shaktis. Now, let us watch a brief video just to understand the science of Diksha, how it is important in our lives as a once-in-a-lifetime transformation that can happen and can be given only by the avatar. So now we'll be heading into the demonstration of extraordinary powers by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balpan. Before we go into that, there are beautiful verses from the
Nithyananda Paramashivam Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivam Paramashivam
एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं. The adolescents, Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the science of third eye awakening. Eyes completely blindfolded. Third eye is the cosmic browsing center. What are Shaktis? The Vedagamas, the source to human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness, each divine. What are the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis? Powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of whereas Siddhis are not permanent, Siddhis may divert you from the space of enlightenment. Paramashiva is a prime form and causality. As a fundamental base of divination, pulling out of delusion, liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced science. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, which is the initiation by the enlightened gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being a recognized incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva and Paramashiva. So, how to awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is the jnana, mapped to your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and power of every being, prajnana. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, which are called pramana. The Shastra Pramana is an eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The Atma Pramana are the experience and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. Atma Pramana is an account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana are the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures with applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Now, the Shastra Pramana goes by Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manasodaryad lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on in the space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. The Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the science of third eye awakening. Krishna tells very beautifully in the 11th chapter, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Krishna says, "But you cannot see my cosmic form with this physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence." In Swamiji's own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 directions, below me, everything, I realized not only was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. Pratyaksha Pramana is a study measures and comparing metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states. When doing daily activities, high activities is measured in the brain where third eye is located. When in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is rest at peace. Sakshi Pramana is this rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Swamiji embodies the most profound yogic state that surpasses all bounds of time, space and matter. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation. Billions of people have been initiated by Swamiji and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nithyananda yogis. So now we'll be witnessing the power demonstration, seeing with our eyes completely blindfolded. Before starting, I'll be showing a blindfold, which is the mindfold in my hands. This mindfold is completely tested by the ophthalmologist and be observed that there's no visibility of any vision or light passing through this mindfold. This mindfold is made of thick acrylic sheet in the front, and towards the behind is a sponge, and there's an adjustable strap around it. So this is a blindfold which I'm going to wear, and once I wear it upon, it's going to be the dark pitch and there'll be no visibility of any kind of vision, colors or a light which is going to pass through this thick blindfold. And what's going to happen next is I'm going to connect myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji, having the simple condition with simple obedience and integrity. Is Paramashiva's real, and he is going to manifest as a channel now sitting, requesting his grace and blessings by chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, chanting it intensely and manifesting this power just by having the space of oneness. So in today's power demonstration, we're going to be pulling out any random post from the Kailaasa Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook page and a jumbled upon pictures which is going to get projected upon, and I'm going to be describing it in detail. So that will be today's third eye demonstration. Now, let us all sit straight, remembering Swamiji in our third eye, and in Anandaganda in our inner space, and chant the Mahavakya along. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 So the first post which is being pulled out and projected, Sri Kailasa's Uniting Nations for Energy and Natural Resources, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Vegetarianism and Climate Change, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nature Worship, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations against deforestation, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations against toxification of all living beings, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for endangered life on earth, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations against toxification of oceans and lanes, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for protecting the ocean. So that's the first post which is being pulled out. Second. So the random pictures which is being projected over there. So there is a doll, there's a type of a dress, there's an apple, an animal, a chain with a bar, a type of octopus which has eyes on the top, a key, a doll, a type of a bear. The whole picture is pulled out as a black and white. So now with this we come to the conclusion of today's power manifestation demonstration, where we just looked into the simple third eye awakening signs, remembering Swamiji in oneness, pulling out a post and reading out and jumbled pictures, just describing it in detail. Stay tuned for the next upcoming session for today's Parashakti's Akashic reading. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailaasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailaasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailaasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailaasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivam. It is possible, and
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers. And now let us enter into this next segment on the divine feminine consciousness. Your introduction to who is Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is the embodiment of divine feminine consciousness. And she is literally the representation of the divine feminine consciousness. So you will literally be able to see and hear for yourself how Devi Parashakti introduces herself in this segment and what is the best way which each and every one of us can do to receive her. So before we begin into this segment, let us first chant the Shastra Pramana. The Lalita Sahasranamam is a very, very ancient text, which is the names, the 1,008 names of Devi Lalita or Devi Parashakti. And it is a source from the Puranas and has a very deep significance because when we chant the Lalita Sahasranamam, when we are in deep devotion to Devi Parashakti, and we are chanting this ancient scripture, Devi Parashakti can literally manifest inside of us and give us the power, bless us with the power out of her grace to manifest anything that we want in our lives, anything that we are desiring, whatever it is in our life. So just these invocational verses describe Devi Parashakti and are powerful enough to invoke, literally make the vision of Devi Parashakti happen inside of you. And just according to how the rishis had seen Devi Parashakti, had envisioned her, and how she gave darshan to them, they have literally written and recorded, and that is what we chant every day during this Lalita Sahasranamam. So the next slides, the next segment, we'll be chanting a couple of these verses. We'll be understanding really who is Devi and how she is manifesting out of her utmost compassion through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today. And finally, we'll be understanding what is the traditional way that we can offer our gratitude and start offering in a very small way, however way that we can, to Devi Parashakti. So the next slides, we'll be going into the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti in the Lalita Sahasranamam. And not only the Lalita Sahasranamam, but also there's so many other Shastras, Stotras, Sutras, where Devi Parashakti is literally described, and her various descriptions, her and the glorification of her is so powerful. So we'll now be moving on into this segment. And going into the further slides and the further segment. Yes. So as you can see, the first verse, the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, is a beautiful verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam, and it literally is meditating on Devi Parashakti and visualizing her form, how she is so beautiful, so splendid in how she is radiating and graceful. So as you can see here, we have the verse of the Lalita Sahasranamam. And we have one more verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam, the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. Again, meditating on the form of Devi, the Devi who holds the noose, the bow, the arrow in her hand. And Devi Parashakti is literally the embodiment of the pure feminine consciousness. And she is the source where billions and billions of universes comes in and goes out. And literally the place where Devi Parashakti is the source. She is the primordial Hindu divinity along with her consort Paramashivam. And out of her utmost compassion, Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing each and every one of us, attending to us, answering our prayers, and giving us the best that we need in our life. Not just what we want, but what we need. And ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham, the oneness with Paramashiva. In the words of Devi Parashakti herself, as you can see here, she describes beautifully, eloquently, in a way that can never be described in the modern day, the way that she manifested and her description. What is it? Who is it that she truly is? The source of all things, the mother of the whole cosmos, and the embodiment of all of the various different Devi Shaktis, the different energies of Devi. And how she manifested is described here in this, where she says that she manifested from Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, and then as the powers of existence, the expression of existence. And then she manifested as two, as Prakriti and Purusha, and then as three, as Jnana, as Icha, Jnana, and Kriya Shaktis, and so much more. That's how she literally has manifested this whole universe. So how can we receive Devi Parashakti? As you can see here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives a very beautiful and unique, effective way in order for you to receive Devi Parashakti in the best way possible that makes your being ready. You can just keep 2 betel leaf, 2 betel nut, the tambulam, which is called traditionally in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and you can just keep 1 coin, you can offer fruit, and you can keep that in front of Devi, in front of your screen when the darshan is happening, and you can ensure that in just through this very simple process, you will be able to break your monotonous unconscious patterns, and you'll not have any kind of pain inside of your being. So at any time that you please, you can also offer all the coins that you collect to offer to Devi Parashakti. Keep that aside, and you can offer it at once to the hundi in the Kailaasa in Los Angeles. You can ship it to Kailaasa in Los Angeles if you're not there, or you can have it as a very, or you can ship it to any other place in order to get to Kailaasa. And so as you saw, we had the examples of different tambulams, the different ways that you can offer the tambulam as well. and how it can be arranged and the plate that it can be arranged in. So that brings us to a conclusion of the introduction to Devi Parashakti. And we'll now be going into the next segment, where we'll be seeing the various different revelations of Devi Parashakti and understanding how she has guided us at this time in our day and age during this pandemic. So we'll be right back with you to continue on in today's program after a quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailaasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailaasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும் எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Now that we have listened to the revelation on the sacred secret of Hindu birth, let us understand the revelations translated into English. May be revealed. Listen, and Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this, in 4 types of birth, in 84 lakh yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth. Even in that human birth, being toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their responsibility given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to Buloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all of their souls. Understand carefully. I'm giving Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful delusion, not dropping fear and greed for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly, for those who stand that even in their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Sarga and Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will be quiet. So now let us understand what is the responsibility of Hindus as revealed by Devi Parashakti. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, nonviolence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. And the Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. Let us look at the reference of Hindu nations from our Hindu scriptures. So many of our Hindu nations were famous for their Dharma, for the prosperity, abundance, and the happiness of all the people. So let us look at some of the most famous references. Of course, we have all heard of the Rama Rajya, the Hindu nation ruled by Bhagavan Rama, and it's described in the Valmiki Ramayana. There was no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. And it continues on. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly, without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. And the Hastinapur kingdom, ruled by Yudhishthira, was described in the Srimad Mahabharata. Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause for fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in heaven. Our Hindu nation had so much to contribute in every single field. That is why every person used to prosper in these Hindu kingdoms, whether it was the field of enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, legal systems. Hinduism contributed in every single field, gave breakthroughs in every field. So how exactly were our Hindu nations destroyed? We once had 56 deshas, 56 nations. Now we have lost all. The only one that is left is Kailasa, the nation, the Hindu nation, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us understand how exactly our Hindu nations were destroyed through a three-phase destruction of our Hindu civilization. The first phase was the physical destruction with the Islamic invasions between 800 to 1700 AD. This was the physical destruction of our Hindu civilization. And Will Durant, a famous historian, has described the Mohammedan conquest of India as probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions and abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam between 800 and 1700 AD. And the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus, conveyed by Khilji, describes that the Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death and their property confiscated. To keep Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. You can see how barbaric the Islamic invasions were. It was caused 200 million Hindus to be slaughtered by the Islamic invaders. Over 100,000 temples were destroyed. and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. And it's described the conquering armies burnt villages, destroyed the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flagged them with thongs of raw hide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into a picturesque herd. So this was the very barbaric invasion of the Islamic invaders. The next phase came with the British occupation, and this was the economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization between 1700 and 1947 AD. And Will Durant has again described, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I'm convinced that their exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And during the British Empire, during the British occupation, the British Empire used all possible means to destroy Hindu and civil cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they could become slaves in their own homeland. This included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineering artificial famines to starve the native population into submission, annexing the native kingdoms to undermine the native rule, and much more. During the British occupation, $45 trillion was looted from India over the course of 200 years. 45 million Hindus were put to death due to artificial famines and imposed poverty by the British, and over 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And Shashi Tharoor of the Indian Parliament has described, the British came to one of the richest countries of the world. Over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction have reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. The next phase came with the secularization of India after the independence from the British after 1947 till present day. And this has been ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies towards Hindus. Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu Raj. And B.R. Ambedkar, the first law minister and principal architect of the Indian Constitution, has described, if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this nation. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. And these are two of the nation's first leaders who had a very clearly anti-Hindu agenda. And the modern Indian legal system, academia, media, all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. And they've done this through various methods. For example, India's constitution has established government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and other institutions, while other religions are free from this interference. Anti-superstition laws have also been passed to criminalize Hindu practices and much more. And after the secularization of India, media narratives have been used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt, and sex fiends in a manner that is similar to the British imperial propaganda. Media narratives are used to shape human consciousness and further political agenda. The racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, and dishonest have been perpetuated by their British brown successors in modern day India, completely unabated. So now that we've understood the destruction of the Hindu civilization, let us understand the need for the revival of our Hindu nation. As Devi Parashakti has described, it is the responsibility of Hindus, those who are born Hindus, those who are practicing Hindus, to protect Hinduism, protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is why we were given the birth of Uttamottama Hindu birth. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given the vision for the Hindu civilization. During the time of the Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all 56. The last of all was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing Hindus who, once again, practice Hinduism. And this revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving the whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world. This is exactly as Devi Parashakti has revealed, is the responsibility of those who are given the Uttamottama birth of Hindu birth to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and all the things it has to offer the world, the science of enlightenment which it is offering to the world. And Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as Paramashivam revealed in the Vedagamas, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scripture. And Devi Parashakti has first revealed this is the purpose of why we have taken the Hindu birth. This is a commitment why we have given when we were given this birth. And Hinduism being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through our history books. So what can we do to stand up for Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? As Devi Parashakti revealed, after being given this Uttamottama birth, we have forgotten the commitment that we have given, falling into Maya and delusion. Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual, cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? What can we do to fulfill the commitment that we have given when we were given this Uttamottama birth of Hindu birth? It is our responsibility to reclaim our Hindu identity. As Devi Parashakti has revealed, we've forgotten our commitment that we have given and fallen into Maya and delusion. We've forgotten Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So now it is time to reclaim our Hindu identity. First of all, we need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for our successful life. If you are a Hindu and you are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectful, have a stable family life, have the best mental health, you need to understand that Hinduism is responsible. Hindu identity is responsible. Hindu scriptures are responsible. If it is the Hindu scriptures which have given us the best mental setup, all the best things that we Hindus have, our Hindu scriptures are responsible. And Hindus are among the most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And just to give an example of Hindus across the globe, Hindustan Times has reported that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US, according to Pew Study report. So this is just one example of how Hindus are among the most successful ethnic communities in the world. Now, it is our responsibility, the time to reclaim our Hindu identity. It is not just the anti-Hindu elements that are active that is responsible for the destruction of the Hindu civilization. It is the responsible Hindus being inactive, which is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take the responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. Let us recommit what we have given as our commitment to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, to protect science, living enlightenment that we have committed to when we were given this Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. Let us understand more about the responsibility of Hindus. As Devi Parashakti has revealed, it is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again and give all the great gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus out there, those who are born Hindus, those who are practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Come and become a part of the revival of Kailasa. You can sign up to be an e-citizen of Kailasa by visiting kailasa.org and sign up to be an e-Kailasan so you can avail all the benefits that Hinduism has to offer the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving, and you can share it with the world. You can take up the responsibility to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and all the great gifts it has to offer the world. Now let us understand why we need Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. All the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books, 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism, collected and me the things and power to decoded. I'm going to decode them. Contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day, over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world a better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world, understand. I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university, to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution, contribution, contribution.
Now that we have understood what is the need for Kailasa, the only human nature, you can join as a member of e-Kailasa. You can become an e-citizen of Kailasa. Join as an e-Kailasan today. Sign up at kailasa.org and enjoy all of the benefits that Hinduism has, and take up the responsibility to be a part of the revival of the Hindu civilization. The reason that you were given this birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. So now with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we will be entering into the next section, where we will understand some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service, helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining with us. Now, we'll be entering into the next segment, a very exciting segment on the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. In this ecosystem, in this beautiful platform, you can be able to offer your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. You can be able to see any possibility that you would like. Beautifully, Swamiji himself says that until you can manifest the reality that you want for yourself, we will manifest it for you. So this is what is needed and what is basically the signature, the tagline for the entire temple and for all of the offerings. Until you manifest the reality that you want, we can manifest it for you. And Sanatana Hindu Dharma has provided the science as to how you can, how exactly you can make what you want into reality. The science is through the rituals. The rituals are a very elaborate and profound way that you can ensure that you are ultimately having the greatest possibility in your life. Rituals are a sacred science. Each way, each aspect of the ritual, whether it is the gold that is used for the offerings during the ritual, or whether it is the offerings themselves, the naivedyams, or the various different offerings that we make, the argyam, whatever it is, all of it is in order to invoke deep auspiciousness and ultimately to manifest a state, permanent oneness with the divine inside of you. That ultimate state is what is responsible for manifesting perfection, manifesting success in your outer world. Beautifully, in so many different scriptures, this is exactly how the science is given for how to manifest your reality. The rituals are a beautiful way that you can, without any kind of need, without any kind of hindrance, simply manifest your reality. And before we go into what exactly are the offerings and what you can do in order to have this beautiful experience, first, let us understand the background and how exactly a ritual can make you experience complete completion and experience the state of enlightenment and make you manifest success from that state. Understand that both the masculine and feminine energies need to be completed inside of you in order to be and attain enlightenment. And in order to attain enlightenment, every human being has to complete with 5 dimensions. One is the Pitrus, the Kula Devatas, the parents, the fourth is the nature, everything surrounding you, and the fifth is the Guru. So each and every one of these are extremely needed, are extremely important, crucial in your completion process. And no matter how you exactly interact with them, even if you are aware or not, they do have their effect in your life. Whether or not you know, the effect of the Pitrus is there in your life. The effect of your Pitrus is there in your life. The effect of your parents is there in your life. The nature around you is there in your life, and we are experiencing that. We're seeing that. And for those of you who don't know, any incompletion that you might have inside of you, that is what you experience as reality outside of you. Incompletions are life negative and adharmic cognition in the five dimensions that we just discussed that lead to being unaware, being insensitive, and not being grateful for life. Being sensitive is being aware and being in gratitude for life. Understand that everything from the air we breathe, the place that you sit, the energy you feel to exist, the energy you celebrate to exist, everything is everything is something that is an energy, a living energy, Shakti, that is embodied by Parashakti, but that is embodied through and represented by the different Devi energies and the different embodiments of Devi. And there are 43 energies which constitute our human body. When all the 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. And Dharma, the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of Panchabhutas, is a core principle of the cosmos. The 43 energies are a very core concept for the Shakta Sampradaya, the worship of the mother. And the 43 energies are represented geometrically in the Sri Chakra, the geometric representation of the Brahmanda, the whole universe. And as you can see in this photograph, this is the Sri Meru, which is a 3D, the three-dimensional Sri Chakra, which has all 43 triangles in it. And the worship of the sacred feminine is the key to enlightenment. When awakened, a man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness, he becomes a great revered leader. When awakened woman expresses sacred feminine consciousness, she becomes Devi, the cosmic mother, expressing power. And you have and the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness, become the great revered leader that you've always wanted to be, or become Devi Parashakti herself, is conscious sovereignty. Just through conscious sovereignty, you will see how you can awaken the sacred feminine consciousness. And out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, most beautiful path is connecting with the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. She is the one who expresses as Guru all gods and all manifestations in this universe. She can be straightaway delivered and enlightenment by connecting just through the cosmic umbilical cord. Just through sheer compassion of her, we can experience the ultimate and go beyond. And offerings is not to benefit the divine in any way. We cannot add anything to the greatest being in the world, but it is to close our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite powers with sweet grace start nourishing all our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. And nothing is too small or too big for the Divine Cosmic Mother to connect with the Divine Mother. It just has to be from a space of love of a child looking at her mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of her deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or her hair. And our rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. In our day and age, we have come to not even experience devotion, gratitude in our lives on a daily basis. We miss out on it completely, and we always have only just one day, or for the sake of society, social rules and constructs, we say thank you. But gratitude is a very deep, sacred experience that comes from within. Mother worship is a way that you can simply awaken that deep feeling connection. It is the most nonviolent, most peace-centered, healing, soothing, and sweetest way to enlightenment among all the traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes the contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet as well. So the worship is just visualizing Devi Parashakti, is chanting her name, is offering oblations, is everything we can do in order to attain oneness ultimately with Devi Parashakti. Mother worship, again, has such a beautiful significance, has such a beautiful way manifesting in your life, making you experience the greatest things. Yes. And if you might be wondering why divine feminine, understand it's because she is ultimate. In all of the various different scriptures, in all the different um, ways that you might know, there is so much of references where Devi Parashakti glorified, where her significance is shown. And Devi Parashakti, as we'll learn later on in this segment, is the very one who had opened up for each and every one of us the greatest way to attain her. And here is a beautiful verse from the Rig Veda. And in this verse, literally Devi Parashakti is declaring, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasu, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas, all the divine forms, the Vishnudevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all gods. Fold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do in the Ashwin twins too. This is once again from the Rig Veda, chapter 1, verse 135, line 1. And in this, the significance shows us how Devi Parashakti is literally manifesting in all the gods and how she is manifesting in every energy of our world. As the Ashtamaharudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dwadashadityas, Vishnudevata, all of them are in my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. Protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and Ashwini Devatas. And Devi declares herself as the inner self of all gods, the divine energies. She is pervading and permeating. This is how we can experience Devi Parashakti in every pore of our body and experience literal oneness with Devi Parashakti. It is referred again and again, the greatness of Devi Parashakti, and how she can literally bring about that complete completion without any kind of tapas needed or suffering or hardship which might be needed. So now let us enter into the next portion of this segment where we will be going into the array of different offerings to Devi Parashakti. And each and every one of these offerings has such a deep significance, has a deep way that you can connect, a significant way that you can connect to Devi Parashakti and attain oneness with Devi Parashakti. So the first offering we have is the Ihundi offering, and this Ihundi offering is referenced in the Lalita Sahasranamam. At least that sacred segment of offering your devotion to Devi Parashakti is referenced in the verse, and I'll now be chanting. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi, Sharada, Radhya, Sharvani, Sharmadaini. And it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all the fears. If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn season. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives. When thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. And Devi Parashakti is referred here as Shambhavi, the consort of Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhya means the worshipped by Sharada or Saraswati. There are several other meanings that are so beautiful from this verse. So in here, now we have another offering from Devi Parashakti, the Sankalpa offering. And beautifully in the Sandari Lahari, Adi Shankaracharya has sung Japo Jalpaha Shilpam Sakalam Apimudra Virachana, which means let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become the chanting of your name. The Sankalpa mantra is a very elaborate mantra that can literally invoke Paramashiva, Parashakti, and bestow on you all the blessings that you need to manifest your reality. The next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, and this offering gives you the blessings to manifest and awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes. It is literally chanting the Sahasranama, the names of Devi Parashakti, and for each name, a gold coin is offered. And this offering is the necklace of the gold coins on Devi Parashakti. And inscribed on the gold coin is actually your own name. So you can have the benefit of having your name and your family's names touch the very skin of Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we have the next offering, which is the Mukta Anguti. And in the Devi Suktam, there is a beautiful, profound verse where it says, Yasam praptam chodat daitya taptair ashmabhir isha cha surai namasyate. And that means, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by Asuras, who is praised and remembered by her own devotion, let her remove all the obstacles in her path. You can offer this Mukta Anguti in order to attain that beautiful experience. Next, we have the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And here from the Lakshmi Ashtama, there's a verse that says, Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. And that means Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who showers the subtle mantras of the cosmos, I bow down to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. You can offer this to have the blessings of Devi Mahalakshmi. Again, the next offering is the Swarnametti, or the finger ring at the toe ring at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And in the Saundar Lahari, verse number 2, it says how Lord Brahma, the creator of your, selects the dust from your feet, Devi Parashakti's feet, and creates the world. And the great Adishesha with his 1,000 heads somehow carries the dust of your feet on his head. With the effort of great Lord Rudra, he takes the powder and offers it. So you can offer this Swarnameti for the blessings for a life of leadership qualities by offering worship the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, achieved by even worshipping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. This meti is a golden toe ring to be worshipped by adorning divine Devi Parashakti's feet. The next offering is the Mangtika, the Lalita Sahasranamam in the verse 106. It refers that Devi is the Shuddha Sarvi Varshini. And literally what that means is that she is the one who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, the crown center, to the Agnya Chakra and permeates through all the 72,000 energy centers or the nadis to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. This gives us the blessings for an enlightened lifestyle. And the next offering we have is the Pratyaksha Puja. And in the Pratyaksha Puja offering, there's a beautiful verse that says, Yaso me gatam dikshu dhana pratapaj jagadvastu sarvam kareyat prasadhat kuroragni padme manaschanna lagmam tatakyam 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 tatakyam. This means my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one's mind cannot be centered on the lotus feet of the Guru, what then? What then? What then? Beautifully, this verse shows us really how trivial all material things are. Even food, even the luxuries that we go after our entire life, when it comes to the just surrendering at the feet of the Guru. In this offering of the Pratyaksha Puja, Devi is Guru, the feminine consciousness, the one beyond the idea of male and female. And the most auspicious offering to the Guru is the offering of the Pratyaksha Puja. So you can be blessed with this sweetest path to enlightenment. And we have the Vastra Seva next. And once again, to Devi, who is Guru, the feminine consciousness, the one beyond, the idea of male and female. They're offering the clothes, offering of the Vastram or the clothes to the Guru is during the Pratyaksha Pada Puja bestows the spirit path to enlightenment, complete protection. So this brings us to a conclusion of all the various offerings that we have today. And in the next slide, you'll be able to see a summary slide of all of the offerings. And as you can see, this is all the offerings. You can offer the Ihundi offering for any amount of money. You can offer the Sankalpa for $1, the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. There's 3 denominations for these offerings. And you can offer the Swarnametti, the Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So these are extremely very profound, very beautiful offerings that you can do. And coming up on Deepavali on November 4th is the next opportunity that you have to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So before concluding this segment in today's program, I'd like to just go over with you the brief steps of how you can make a offering today. So go ahead and click and go ahead and go to this link. This link is also provided in the scroll below. If at any time you'd like to make an offering during this program, so you can go to the link, and at this link, you'll be guided on how you can make a payment. In the next slides, we'll be seeing exactly how you can do that. So as you can see, this is the landing page for the Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations. Any offerings that you'd like to make, you can go right here. If you follow the link provided in the scroll or provided in the previous slide, you'll be able to go to this link. And you'll just have to select from the drop-down menu the offering that you'd like to make. Yes, so as you can see, all of the different offerings are listed here. All the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. They're all listed here, and you can simply select the offering that you'd like to make and add that to your cart. Yes, and this is what your cart will look like once you offer the offering that you'd like to do. You can see and review all the items in your cart. Make sure that there's nothing there that you're double, that is perhaps a double payment or something that you do not want to offer at this moment. Then once you have reviewed your cart, then you can proceed to checkout. And in the checkout, you can fill out all your details. So as you can see, this process of making an offering, a temple offering, has come online, and you can make it through very simple, easy steps. As you can see here, the billing details are provided in order for you to make an offering, and the different methods of how you can make a payment today, which kinds of cards are accepted, are also denominated here in this website. We also have other options for any of you who would like to make a donation. Still, you can join as a member of a YouTube channel, and this comes with several benefits, including getting access to more than 7,000 videos of Swamiji's, his discourses, his Q&A sessions, his courtyard sessions, and so much more, and even live special darshans as well, and getting the notifications for the live special darshans. And And you'll also be able to chat and ask your questions directly on YouTube. This is a very great way that Devi Parashakti literally makes herself available. And if you'd like to directly ask your questions, you can go to become a member of the YouTube channel. Once you go to the link provided in the previous slide, if you go to the main live link, you'll see a join button. Once you click that, you'll see this. There's several levels that you can join in: the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and premium levels. And all of these have different denominations, and you can just select join. Once you select join, you'll be able to see the various different payment options that you have in order to join as a member of the Nithyananda YouTube channel. Yes, as you can see, there's also an option for Google Pay and PayPal in case you do not have a credit card or debit card, or that option is not available for you right now in some way. You can always pay through Google Pay, which is a fastly increasing payment method, and also you can use PayPal if you do not have any other option. So this really shows us that you have so many different options today in order to become a part, in order to make an offering and start your journey, deepening your relationship with Devi Parashakti. With this, it now brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And we will be moving on into the next segment, where the Adi Kailasa administrators will be showing us, telling us the way that you can join as a part of the Kailasa COVID care centers, and you can be protected from the ongoing coronavirus that is fastly growing more than just a pandemic. So with this, we'll now be coming to a conclusion of this segment, and we'll be right back with you with the next segment of today's program.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, welcome back to this segment. Thank you, Master Shrupriya. So, we are going to learn from this segment Kailasa's multi-layer quarantine facility of COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasogadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learned from this segment today concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19, what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's spiritual solutions for COVID-19, Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, and why temple-based ecosystems. UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions, and United Nations recognizes and acknowledges the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. We're going to the report published yesterday. So we're going to look into that in detail. The crisis that we are under today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now, let us see some of the statistics and current news. Record high cases in Australia amid the third wave of COVID-19. Australia reported a new record number of coronavirus cases when the country continues to battle the third wave of COVID-19 infections. There were more than 2,400 new locally acquired infections reported nationwide, the figure surpassing 2,000 in a single day for just the second time. World Health Organization makes a big statement about the Delta variant of COVID-19. And COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19 did. The coronavirus pandemic is now officially declared as the US deadliest pandemic, as the COVID-19 pandemic death toll surpassed the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. COVID-19 Delta variant still the most concerning, says the World Health Organization's experts. COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That is not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the United States has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide the booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. This surge in the Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across US, according to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You've got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. World Economic Forum, COVID-19 made the world less peaceful with increased violent incidences and fatalities after the pandemic started. Younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and depressive disorders, what it was in January to June, in a 6 months period before the pandemic, the anxiety level was 11%. Now, during the pandemic, in just 1 month of beginning of this year, it rose up to 41.1%. Some more statistics confirming the same, that the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and depressive disorder. Stress in America, a national mental health crisis. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10 say, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak shows signs of depression, 50% showed signs of depression, and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the pandemic, the depression was 15%, and now after the pandemic, it rose up to 40.7% after the pandemic. And anxiety in the pregnant women and new mothers before the pandemic was 29%, and now after the pandemic, it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home, 8 in 10 students struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distraction. And 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic impact on working women. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. And nearly 70% of the women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building and in conflict affected nations. COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is here. It is not coming, it is already here, says the Kishori Patnekar, the Mumbai mayor, adding that an announcement regarding the matter they had already made in Nagapur, speaking of the festival season. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, Maximum hospitals in Delhi NCR found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new COVID-19 variant, Mu, shows signs of vaccine resistance. All you need to know. Now that we have seen all the statistics across the world, not only affecting the physical health, fatalities increasing, and the mental health affecting, especially in the younger generation, and making the world less peaceful. So how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another third wave affecting the third wave across the world. It is important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave destroying many more lives. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with nature is possible only if we start now. Even amid a pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip on making peace with the nature. World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. Even amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. United States Institute of Peace, tackling the pandemic, building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming the prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health system and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions for the global peace. Vedic tradition beautifully describes the Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Ivanu Pushyati Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tadona Vigupshate. Isha Vasha Upanishad verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village, the whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. So global peace is the byproduct of the individual peace. So how do we achieve this individual peace? By practicing unclutching, by practicing meditation, by practicing the completion techniques and unclutching. So let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the same.
More one, deeper you go inside you. Means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others. Burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people signs of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with these signs. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand, one positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful signs. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. Today the Inner Awakening sessions are all about completion with others.
Now, I'm going to present, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the UN, United Nations, published an article by the Kailaasa Union, the gender justice and the right to freedom of opinion and expression. So a report by the Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition, ASMT Hindu Community, Kailaasa Union. The breaking news is United Nations recognizes and acknowledges the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Kailaasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's relentless vocal stance on and the tireless hard work toward achieving gender equality in religion and the right to freedom of opinion and expression of all genders will continue despite of the persistent persecution, attacks, intense lawfare, and assassination attempts. A report by the Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition, ASMT Hindu Community, has been published by the United Nations, their website ohchr.com. So .org, ohchr.org. You can read this from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook profile page. You can see and read this full article on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see the screenshots of that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook profile page. The introduction is the human rights situation for women and children in India is abysmal, despite tremendous public outcry against crimes against women and children such as rape, sexual violence, gender-based harassment, and female infanticide happen unabated in India. The state of the Republic of India has been either unwilling or unable to curtail these crimes. India is the most dangerous country of sexual violence against women, according to the Thomson Reuters Foundation 2018 survey. According to the National Crimes Records Bureau, the rape of minor girls increased by 82% in the year 2016 compared with the previous year. Sexual violence and brutal rape have been weaponized against minority women and children by extremist militant elements at the highest levels of governance. This weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders, especially those from linguistic and religious minority groups and of dark-skinned people of indigenous spiritual traditions, and of ethnic native Hindu tribes that have existed in India for millennia. One such indigenous spiritual tradition currently targeted for extermination by the neo-Hindutva extremist militants is the Hindu Adi Shaiva minority tradition ASMT in India. The women and children, the young girls of the ASMT community were the most vulnerable target of the neo-Hindutva extremism. The ASMT explicitly reject extremism of all types. The extremist militant elements are opposed to ASMT stance when it comes to the rights of women, including otherwise marginalized Dalit women and rights of members of the LGBTQ plus transgendered communities. The neo-Hindutva terrorists, despite Hindu women in monastic and priestly roles. The spiritual head of ASMT has publicly declared himself to be transcendental gender and possessing multiple gender components. The neo-Hindutva extremists see LGBTQ plus rights as immoral. The ASMT freely ordains women into sannyasa, the monastic order, recognizes 11 genders and performs specific temple rituals for gay marriage. As per more than 5,000-year-old indigenous spiritual scriptures, the ASMT represents one of the most progressive ideologies and is a target of persecution by the neo-Hindutva extremists. Barriers, challenges, and threats to women in the public sphere face in exercising their freedom of opinion and expression online and offline, with examples of how the freedom of opinion and expression has been abused or appropriated to undermine women's human rights. Image morphing, a deep fake technology to publicly shame women and girls. In the last decade, especially in India, there has been an alarming trend in the mainstream media and social media, of sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech that is marginalizing minority communities, especially targeting women with the use of image morphing and deep fake videos. In 2010, a fabricated video of an ASMT actress, Ranjita, was repeatedly and sensationally broadcasted by the Sun TV and various media channels to defame her character and to delegitimize her guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Shaming of child rape victims by media. In 2009, a 12-year-old ASMT girl was kidnapped and molested by the neo-Hindutva extremist. The US courts sentenced the child rapist to 57 months imprisonment. This did not remedy the damage. The child rapist filed several vexations litigations in India and the US. In the US, these false allegations by the child rapist, such as calling a child a liar and her parents and community part of brainwashing, cult, etc., were all rejected by the court with a penalty for defamation with the cost. This did not deter the neo-Hindutva media from victimizing the child with hours of hate speech on television, for which one Samaya TV was penalized USD 5 million by the US court. Even this has failed to redress the situation. In India, the neo-Hindutva media ran 14,000 hours of hateful programs, marginalizing ASMT actress Ranjita, ASMT nuns, ASMT women and girls who had been raped by neo-Hindutva militants. The neo-Hindutva media publicly addressed them as brainwashed, sodomized disciples, witches, prostitutes, cult worshippers, sex slaves, and also published violence, inciting prejudicial narratives such as hang the sin swamis, Hindu monks and nuns, etc. Previously, before the sensational release of the doctored video, the senior and aged female monks who used to attend phone calls of devotees seeking spiritual counseling were faced to pick up phone calls demanding prostitution from them. Several media houses continue to publish such defamatory articles, causing marginalization of the ASMT women and girls, and dangerously inciting mob violence and rape against them. People have resorted to violence after reading or watching such material, as perpetrators have directly commented on the online versions of these media clips, openly accepting that they have hit the Nithyananda people, and also suggesting others should do the same by saying, I request everyone to hit them nicely. Even don't show courtesy for women in Nithyananda ashram. They are the most dangerous. Such targeted persecution of Hindu nuns and female religious leaders is not limited to the ASMT, but is aimed at destroying the rights of indigenous female spiritual leaders. Vexations, litigations have been used to persecute female Hindu spiritual leaders of minority communities on absurd allegations of indecent dressing, booking it under anti-superstition laws. Shaming of Hindu female monks for expressing their disciplehood as a father-daughter relationship with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The media targeted ASMT minority girls by publishing their pictures in the national newspaper with the vulgar captions. The young ASMT female monks were sexually linked with their guru, spiritual guide and leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by entire cover page and several pages of yellow tabloids being dedicated to malign sacred sentiments of disciplehood. The media published fake interviews of ASMT actress Ranjita, defaming her for being a disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Nakiran Gopal and other media heads pressured Ranjita to commit suicide and circulated false news of the same in media as rumors. In the picture that you're seeing, left Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, with a girl child of a pre-monastic family member. On the right, as part of the festival of Navaratri, a young ASMT girl waiting for Kumari Puja, a ritual where Devi Parashakti, the primordial Hindu divinity and supreme god, is invoked in the small girl, and puja, the worship, is offered to her as how one would physically offer puja if God appears in the form, including worshipping her feet and feeding her with all the sweets and favorite naivedam, the food offerings. The ASMT as a tradition fundamentally respects women as embodiment of divine mother goddess. And it is extremely painful for the community to witness this smear campaign on ASMT women. This smear campaign is not just limited to ASMT women, ASMT female monks, but the most vulnerable target of this persecution are the ASMT girls, especially those minor girls who pursue religious studies to become nuns. Many ASMT girls who have now grown up to become nuns had grown up in the lap of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and strongly related with him, not just as a guru, but a father figure also. As per the law in India, Hindu nuns are allowed to have the name of their guru in the place of their father in their passports. It is not just extremely traumatizing for these girls to be sexually linked with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by the Indian media. It deeply undermines their freedom of expressing themselves as a divine mother figure, what their community sees up to them as. Yellow tabloids have specifically targeted minor ASMT girls, mentioned their name and age, while profoundly addressing these girls as cult worshippers, child sex slaves. Some media houses like Samaya TV, previously owned by members of the BJP, have been penalized up to $5 million for such poisonous defamation. However, other politically owned media houses chose to continue this hate propaganda because there is no accountability of media in India. Image morphing, deep fake technology to publicly shame women and girls. Although there are many instances of attacks against the followers of ASMT and their spiritual leader, a particular focus of attacks has been fabricated video of 2010 of the ASMT actress Ranjita. Forensic examinators have shown the video to be fabricated, superimposing videos of the two individuals. Intolerance has existed since prehistoric times. However, only in the past few decades, with advancements in technology, it has taken the form of fabricated videos. A campaign can be drawn to the practice in China of Falun Gong a spiritually based set of exercises. Like the ASMT, the practice is an updating of ancient traditions. In the case of Falun Gong, Buddhism, Taoism, and Qi Gong exercises. Like the ASMT, the practice has a particular modern appeal. In the case of Falun Gong, health benefits, like the ASMT, the practice were targeted by those jealous of its success. In the case of Falun Gong, the CPC, like the ASMT, the targeting in part took the form of a fabricated video. In the case of Falun Gong, a video pretending to show practitioners of Falun Gong self-immolating, putting themselves on fire. Like the ASMT, the video was aimed at a major appeal of the practice. In the case of Falun Gong, its health benefits. In 2010, those victimizing through video the Adi Shaivite minority tradition and its spiritual leader were completely unaware of Falun Gong and its victimizing video. The propagandas used to persecute the ASMT and Falun Gong are not entirely similar either. But what we are witnessing in the 21st century is the almost infinite ingenuity of humanity to adopt technology developed for human betterment to oppression and destruction. Distinct challenges faced by those who experience multiple and intersectioning forms of discrimination. Law is not respected in India. An ASMT female monk from Dalit origin, Supriyananda Swami, has faced intersecting discrimination for multiple reasons. ASMT origin, Dalit origin, female monk nun Ma Supriyananda heads the Tamil language publication department of an ASMT monastery. On 9th May 2010, she and her team were addressed as sex slave by Tamil Yellow tabloid writer Charu Nivedita. She filed a defamation case against the magazine and writers, which has been pending in the courts for decades. No legal recourse available in India. Even if she wins the case, it would be useless, as in India, court orders are not executed by the government executive, especially in absence of political motivation. The Indian government and the Indian state departments are perceived as one of the most corrupt in the world. The mainstream Indian media and social media influences exercise a massive influence on the masses, even the court judges. The media is easily able to sway public opinion and even sway the opinion of judges. In a court proceeding directly involving the ASMT, the court especially mentioned how the court was prone by prejudice by this negative media propaganda. Through media can influence judiciary in India, the court judgments are toothless in curbing the media's hate propaganda. Neo-Hindutva media willfully dishonors court orders without any consequence. The ASMT actress Ranjita, the victim of celebrity deepfake, petitioned in the Karnataka High Court and all available forums for several years. Although the court ordered in her favor, restraining the main misinformation, and telecast of the fabricated deep fake videos. The neo-Hindutva media kept pushing the implementation of the order to various quasi-legal institutions, self-regulatory bodies run by the media itself. Finally, the media self-regulatory quasi-legal body, the NBSA, ordered its member channels to remove fabricated defamatory videos from their websites. None of the media houses complied with the order and kept reloading them, retelecasting the same footage, and continue the misinformation propaganda today. Any complaint on media in the High Court is redirected to NBSA, BCCC, or other such bodies which do not even have a website listing their policies to self-regulate. The NBSA as a self-regulatory body is toothless and is known to disregard its own guidelines and orders even when the member channels ridicule and shame dead celebrities. The NHRC, National Human Rights Commission, has maintained silence on the subject and pushed the responsibility on the state executive. A politically owned neo-Hindutva media channel aired a media report where it accused the ASMT leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, of raping his own biological mother, a Hindu nun, on the occasion of his father's sad demise. The channel went on to justify their sadist sexual objectification of Hindu nuns, deeming it as unbiased reporting. Indian courts are unwilling or unable in protecting ASMT women, especially nuns and children. Legal recourse outside India is inaccessible to most. The Indian media kept marginalizing the ASMT nuns and girls with defamatory sexualized allegations. In 2017, a US court penalized a neo-Hindutva media to the tune of $5 million for civil conspiracy and defamation targeting the ASMT community. This is the largest penalty against any Indian media. This did not remedy the damage as other media channels and journalists continue the smear campaign. Indian media is the most corrupt and least accountable. The Election Commission, a constitutional body of India, reported more than 1,400 identified cases of paid news between 2009 and 2013, during which elections were held in 17 states of India. The rise of paid news, the report says, has undermined the essence of a democratic process. But the document submitted to the Lok Sabha, the lower house of the parliament, on May 6, 2013, generated little media coverage. The Central Government of India Income Tax Department published a report in the Supreme Court of India showing how the media was involved. Unethical and biased journalism. For many laundering and how media was involved in the 2G spectrum scam worth INR 1.75 trillion. Ministers of the DMK political party, who are also the owners of the channel, Sun TV, had their assets worth INR 7 billion impounded by the state for their involvement in the 2G spectrum scam. They did neither remedy the situation nor deter the channel from stopping its criminal activities. Sections of the media that are politically owned in India have weaponized rape to punish minority communities such as the ASMT using 3 forms of terrorism: media terrorism using the misinformation campaign, defamation, hate speech, and incitement of violence. Second, militant terrorism by assaulting and raping their targets by associated militants. Third, legal terrorism by filing vexatious litigations and using state machinery for malicious persecution of the community. Media and militant terrorism. The chief operations officers of the Sun TV, a politically owned media house run by the DMK party, gave a media interview and affidavit in a US court acknowledging detailing the history and methodology of the blackmail and extortion followed by the channel, particularly in targeting the ASMT community and its leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by 1200 hours of propaganda. On March 3rd, 2010, 9 a.m., 100 militants hired by the Sun TV and DMK entered the Bangalore monastery, ambushed the residence hut of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, pushed him inside the hut and set it on fire. The same day, on March 3rd, 2010, around 11 a.m., Porasapalam, Namakkal, Tamil Nadu, a different crew, militants and journalists on the Sun TV portrayed that the local ASMT Ayurvedic hospital and temple were set on fire and aired it live, following which they came to the spot to set the hospitals on fire. With the help of a friendly policeman's protection, Dr. Chandran, that is Srinitya Sarvananda, the head of the hospital, questioned the crew of journalists and militants why the channel was portraying that the hospital had been set on fire. They replied that they were late to arrive at the same scene because their car got punctured, admitting that before they could set the hospital on fire and capture it on camera, the Sun TV aired stock footage. Political ownership by the state executive impart media complete impurity from any illegal resource. On 9th March 2013, journalists and militants of the Suvarna TV have gone live on national television, holding swords and given the threat to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Despite the video evidence, the local police refused to register any formal complaint, FIR. A city magistrate registered the FIR. This case was dismissed despite the video evidence and telecast on national television. 7th June 2012, Nithyananda Satsang protecting herself with a chair while Suvarna TV channel journalists assassinated a Now Nirman Sena militant, molest and attempt to rape her. And Nithyananda Satsang molested and groped by Suvarna TV channel journalists and associated Now Nirmana Sena militants. June 2012, BJP-owned Suvarna TV's chief editor Ajit and the militants sexually assaulted female monks, beat up ASMT members present on the campus. The gang raped ASMT nun Nithyananda Satsang. This criminal act was live broadcasted on national and regional television. 20th October 2015, an age-70 female monk was molested and escaped an attempt rape by neo-Hindutva militant who was declared innocent in a subsequent court trial. Nithyananda Swami, watching her sister monks being raped and denied justice, was forced to flee India because of blackmail by terrorists, threatening her to withdraw the case. The case filed by the age-70 nun is still pending in court as of 2021. The same attack of June 2012, Achalananda Swami was also sexually and physically assaulted by Ajit and other militants who grouped her chest and recorded it on camera to blackmail her and used it to publicly shame her. The summons issued by the court for Ajit to appear has not been delivered by the police. On the contrary, the police registered a false FIR against the age-70 community based on Ajit's vexatious complaint, which was dismissed by the courts only by a year later in 2013, with the High Court terming it abuse of process of law. This did not remedy the damage as the state directly engaged the malicious persecution. 7th June 2012, Bangalore. Neo-Hindutva militants attacked the age-70 monastery. Several age-70 nuns was raped. The Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.V. Sadananda Gowda, who was from a party that sees LGBTQ plus rights as immoral, said, "We do not encourage such immoral people in Karnataka." And I'm going to make an example out of Nithyananda, ordering an arbitrary and illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, going to the extent of claiming that he was ready to face jail term but would not stop targeting the SPH. The state high court, in its order, implicitly exposed the state terrorism, terming the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as illegal, without any authority, contrary to law, without jurisdiction. This did not remedy the damage. State persecution continued in other forms, and the media propaganda made citizens extremely prejudicial and insensitive to the persecution done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and age-70 community, especially the nuns. 17 September 2013, the Karnataka State Department of Women and Children forcibly, cruelly, and illegally interrogates children in the age-70 school, that is Gurukul. The interrogation was done without the consent of the parents, with no video recording of the examiners, late night beyond the time permission by law. The state terrorists shamed and ridiculed the children, particularly girls, for their dress, pressured them to quit their spiritual, religious lifestyle, and forced children to eat unhealthy substances, avoiding in the age-70 lifestyle. The lawyer of the school was sued by the state for intervening in the violation of the rights of children and parents. Several such raids were done by the state, and mainly vexatious legal proceedings and orders were executed by the state to forcibly shut down the school. 18th January 2018, young female nun Ma Nithyanandita received death threats over the phone for voicing out against defamatory sexualization of Hindu female saint, Saint Andal by politically owned media. Several obscene morph videos depicting Nithyananda and asymptomatic children were uploaded on social media by unknown groups. 17 September 2013, the Karnataka State Department of Women and Children forcibly, cruelly, illegally interrogate children in the ASMT school. The interrogation was done without the consent of the parents, with no video recording of examiners, late night beyond the time permission by the law. The state interrogators shamed and ridiculed the children, particularly girls, for their dress, pressured them to quit their spiritual religious lifestyle, and forced children to eat unhealthy substances avoided in the ASMT lifestyle. The lawyer of the school was sued by the state for intervening in the violation of the rights were done by the state, and many vexatious legal proceedings and orders were executed by the state to forcefully shut down the school. January 2018, the young female nun Nithyananda received a death threat over the phone for voicing out against defamatory sexualization of Hindu female saint Andal by politically owned media. Several obscene mock videos depicting Nithyananda and asymptomatic children were uploaded on social media by unknown groups. On November 2019, the Gujarat State Government Child Welfare Commission officials raided the female monastery and molested the children studying there. The CWC officials were pulled up the parents of those children in the High Court. The police complaint against the state authorities was closed without investigation, and the petition to the court was forced to be withdrawn by the court. Instead, a false case was charged against the women monk heads, and they were kept under the custody for almost 3 months. The only women monastery and Hindu university were demolished. The false case is still not closed. The recommendations: study the use of media for negatively stereotyping women and girls. While the use of information and communication technology has contributed to the empowerment of women and girls, while the use of information and the community's communication technology has contributed to the empowerment of women and girls, its uses has also generated new forms of violence against women and girls. The use of media, both conventional and social, for negative stereotyping the persecution of women and girls, especially from marginalized communities, should be studied, added to the scope of women observatories, and brought to check. Recognize other forms of hate speech. Apart from discrimination based on gender, race, sexual orientation, Hate speech, such as dehumanization and other forms of hateful and degrading expression of free speech, should be brought under check by the social media and internet intermediaries. International condemnation of deep fake and other sophisticated smear campaigns. The victims of these new forms of persecution, which involves deep fake and sophisticated smear campaign, should be supported by condemnation of the violence and propaganda waged against them. The use of deep fake videos for targeting women should be brought to check and condemned internationally. Laws are policy framework to check cross-media and political ownership. As seen by the case of Jamal assassination, there is a need to protect journalists internationally. At the same time, criminal syndicates in the guise of media houses, such as in India, need to be checked from using the grab of freedom of speech for engaging in terrorism. Cross India holding can be explained as holding more than one medium business by a single person. In India, incidentally, approximately 499 channels are being provided by distributors. The dominance of Sun TV in cable, satellite TV, and now in the DTH market is quite visible. Unlike India, there are certain rules in the United Kingdom related to cross-media holding, such as a person can own only 20% of the channel and 3 licenses. Laws or policy framework to check cross-media and political ownership. Any national newspaper not more than 20% of the market share, a person who is holding 20% of shares of national newspapers is prohibited from holding more than 20% shares of the national newspaper market, sometimes known as the 2020 rule. The situation in India is, however, very different from that of the United Kingdom. It is seen that in India, there is no common policy related to ownership or cross-media. Laws and policy frameworks to check cross-media ownership and political ownership of media would help mitigate a part of the situations in India. Stop distributionalization of indigenous girls in the name of modernization. Tribal and indigenous girls should be protected from the detribalization and persecution by the state as highlighted in this report. This persecution is often difficult to understand as it weighs the guise of women empowerment, the child protection, which is essentially a new form of this civilizing mission. Recommended reading: a report on rights of indigenous women submitted to the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. You can see the various references of this article published in the United Nations on their website ohchr.org. You can see the extensive number of articles, references. So with this, we're going to conclude this part of this segment program after a very short break, and we'll resume with the next part of this program after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. So now I'm going to present to the proclamations from the US Senates and various countries bestowed on to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So I'm going to present from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook profile page on various proclamations. The United States House, the Kaila on United States House of Representatives, Norma Torres, confers a certificate of special congressional recognition to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for his global humanitarian contributions, including to the city of Montclair, and thanks to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for keeping the congregation spiritually healthy. Kailasa, Los Angeles, and Montclair, California, has persistently contributed to the community in multifarious ways, and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic through donations to the local food banks, free health and wellness programs, classes on yoga and meditation, and empowering ancient Hindu celebrations and events. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the last 27 years, with his intense sacrifice and hard work, has been serving the humanity through Kailasa, Los Angeles, and various enlightenment ecosystems in the United States and across the globe as well. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with his untiring hard work, has been progressing the lives of millions through a range of global humanitarian services and powerful life transforming teachings through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Minutes for Peace program and 4.3 billion plus minutes in the meditation for world peace has been recorded since 2002, and 1 billion plus free meals have been served globally since the last 27 years through his No Hungry Home project. You can see the proclamation here. Now the next proclamation. Diamond Bar City Council conferred a certificate of recognition to Kailaasa, Los Angeles, for its persistent multifarious contribution to the community and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic by way of a steady stream of donation to local food banks and free online mental health programs that includes yoga, meditation, and prayer events. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailaasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the last 27 years, with his intense sacrifice and hard work, has been serving the humanity through Sri Kailasa, Los Angeles, and various enlightenment ecosystems in the United States and across the globe as well. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his untiring hard work has been progressing the lives of millions through a range of global humanitarian services and powerful life-transforming teachings. Kailasa, Los Angeles offers this certificate at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and is grateful to for his continuous and untiring humanitarian efforts. And you can see this proclamation. The next proclamation is the mayor of Dayton, Ohio, has conferred the certificate of recognition for untiring, continuous 27 years of global humanitarian efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign of sovereign state of Sri Kailaasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and proclaiming January 3rd, 2022, the incarnation day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kailaasa Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Nithyananda Day. You can see the proclamation. The next proclamation is Kailaasa is pleased to announce at another special congregational recognition from the United States House of Representatives honoring the sovereign of sovereign state of Sri Kailaasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. This proclamation is from United States House of Representatives. The next proclamation is this year, the grand celebrations of Navaratri culminated with the end of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism 41st Chaturmasya. The commemoration of this event, a citation was issued and signed by Congressman Anthony Brown, recognizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, 41st Chaturmasya, and his contribution to the community. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received yet another award signed by the Congressman Brown in recognition of his services to the Hindu faith and his contribution to Maryland and our nation. You can see the proclamation. The next proclamation is the great ancient enlightened civilization of Kijadi, evidence for what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in 2017, discovered 4 years later by humanity in 2021. On July 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed a groundbreaking revelation on the excavation of the Kijadi civilization, while the archaeologists were still trying to find evidences to get more details on its existence. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism challenged the humanity that this was part of the great historic enlightened civilization that was completely built based on Karmic Agama, the main Agama based on which the Pandya kingdom was built and administered. On October 2021, the excavation of Kijadi testified the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revelations from 4 years before. The excavation brought to light a deity of Devi Meenakshi had the main deity of Pandya kingdom as a carving of fish, the symbol of Pandya kingdom. Kijadi is an ancient archaeological site that was the first discovered in 2013, but the only in 2021 did first evidence for the existence of the great civilization of the Enlightenment ecosystem of Pandya kingdom in Kijadi come to light. So with this great recognitions across the world that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa is getting. So with this, we are going to move on to the next part of our segment after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
बंद कर आंखों पे हर बाधा हटा कर सब दूर दूर जो है कह जाएंगे कि सब देखते रह जाएंगे। त्रिनेत्र जागरण जो इसे कहते हैं कथाओं में जो सुनने को मिलते हैं कहने में जो लगे नहीं इतना आसान चिल इतना भी नहीं मुश्किल बात बनेगी संपूर्ति जब साथ है तो आओ एक दीक्षा की तो बात है सारी दुनिया में मगर एक ही इंसान उप्स नॉट इंसान ये है भगवान। जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा Is all that we talk about confusion, delusion, and everybody's stressed out. The only one to save us is him, there's no doubt. He's a Dashiva, Mahadeva, he's an avatar, drop everything at his feet. So feel free, just let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me. Should I tell you who's here? None other than Nithyananda. Jagadguru Nithyananda. Nithyananda. That's right, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Nithyanandai, Namo Namo Nithyanandai, Om Namo Nithyanandai, Sadashivaya Om Namo Nithyanandai, Namo Namo Nithyanandai, Om Namo Nithyanandai, Sadashivaya Nithyananda Sadashiva Mahadeva say, Nada Adaguna Jadamudi me say, I see you on the track, my heart goes stuck stuck. Marina Nida Pakumuna Yenoda say. Let's sing it once more. Nithyananda Sadashiva Mahadeva say, Nada Adaguna Jadamudi me say, I see you on the track, my heart goes stuck stuck. Marina Nida Pakumuna Yenoda say. He's a Dashiva Mahadeva, he's an avatar, drop everything at his feet. So feel free, just let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me. Nithyananda, Jagadguru Nithyananda, Yam Brahma Nithyananda, that's right, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvabarityahis, everyone sitting with us all over the world, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailaasa. Listen. Reality of the existence manifests as consciousness in you as Paramashiva in Brahmanda, in macrocosm. In the macrocosmic level, the reality of existence is Paramashiva. In the microcosmic level, the reality of existence is consciousness. Listen intensely. The fifth force, consciousness. Just by understanding the fifth force, consciousness, the initiation can happen in you. Understand? There are some things, once you learn, there is no question of forgetting or going back to the state of ignorance. For example, swimming. Once you learn swimming and start swimming, even 25 years you did not swim, but by mistake, accidentally you fall into the water, simply your body will start swimming. So there is no question of going back to ignorance. When some of the knowledge gets into your biomemory, same way cycling. Once you learn cycling and did it successfully, even 25 years you did not touch the cycle, doesn't mean you will forget it. Simply when you get the cycle again, you will start cycling. There are many great possibilities and powers. Once it gets into your biomemory, there's no going back to the pre-knowledge period, the ignorance period. Some knowledge makes a permanent awakening, alteration in you. This knowledge about consciousness, the fifth force, will make permanent transformation, change in you. There is no going back to the space of ignorance or pre-knowledge zone. Once you receive this knowledge, there is no going back to pre-knowledge time or ignorance period. Listen, I'm going to initiate all of you by giving you this conscious reality. All of you, settle down, preparing yourself for initiation. Keep the Atmalinga next to you. Get your pets, kids, family, team, whoever you want should receive this initiation, conscious reality. If you want, you can light a small lamp. Lighting a lamp during the satsang, offering a betel leaf and betel nut, a coin. These all may look ritualistic, but it will prepare your inner space to receive initiation. You don't need to give $1 or $2 or nothing. Just you can give a penny. The lowest available denomination coin. Because it is not economical value, it's a spiritual value. Understand? It is not at all economical value, it's a spiritual value. A betel leaf, a betel nut, and the lowest available coin, a lamp. All this does a powerful preparation inside you.
Now listen. I'll also be doing a question answer, live question answer. So first thing, the first force human beings decoded is the power of gravity, gravitation force. The second one, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. The fifth force is reality. Of course, it's not that just with the fifth it ends. No. With the fifth, it enters into a different space altogether. There are 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, up to 14 dimension. Different forces exist. 14th force is that absolute Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Turyadita, Turyadita. I'll explain the fifth force for now and initiate all of you about the fifth force. I'll reveal the exact Tamil words got revealed to me by Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. Still I enjoy Paramashiva as my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Even though he became one and the same, my Guru Bhakti is so overflowing. It's like a gracie, not crazy, crazy, cranky, all put together and beyond. It's a gracie. So I enjoy my Guru, Paramashiva, as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. புவியீர்ப்பாம் முதல் மின்காந்த அலைவீச்சாமிரண்டு சிறுவனுவாம் சக்தி மூன்று பேரண்டப் பேரணு நான்காயிருக்க இருப்பின் சக்தி ஐந்தாய் இலங்க ஆறொடு ஏழும் எட்டொடு ஒன்பதும் பத்தொடு பதினொன்றும் பனிரெண்டும் பதிமூன்றும் பதினான்கும் பயிற்று துலங்க ஐந்தை முதலில் அறி. இருப்பின் இருப்பு பிண்டாண்டத்திற்குள் உயிரின் உணர்வாயும் உயிர்மையாயும் பிரம்மாண்டத்திற்குள் பரசிவமாயும் மலர்ந்து இருந்து துலங்குகிறது. Listen. Greatest that can happen to human being is this conscious reality becoming
the existence, part of your existence. Listen, this conscious reality can be part of your existence if you have a direct feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. It can just like a jumping of the flame, transmission of the lamp. Hey, Paramashiva is real. Over. You just know. Swamiji said it. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is real. And based on that, your whole cognitive shift happens. Your existence shifts. From that reality, you cognize, exist, act, manifest, gravitate, do everything. If you are not fortunate enough to have that kind of a Guru Bhakti, then at least listen to the Sankhya I am giving. Understanding from known to unknown. Then when the unknown becomes known, from that known to the next unknown. And when that unknown becomes known, from that known to the next unknown, this Sankhya which I am showing, at least move along with it. So you can start internalizing. On Vijayadashmi day, I revealed when my 41st Chaturmasya was completed, I revealed this. The gravitation force happens in the Brahmanda, happens as greed in Pindanda. What is greed? Nothing but trying to expand, multiply, gravitate, pull, and add what you pulled as part of you. Are you becoming part of that? Please listen. I'll give you like principles. Just pull out what modern science talks about gravitation, theory of gravity, everything, the latest, and what Vedas describe as gravitation and what Vedas reveal about greed. See, what Vedas talk about gravitation and greed. What modern science speaks about gravitation. Take all these three and study. Never go to what modern psychology says about greed. Oh God, that's a worst. Forget about that. At least the science can be accepted little bit as science, but never ever psychology. What Vedas and Agamas describe about gravitation, what Vedas and Agamas describe about greed, and what modern day science describes about gravitation, theory of gravity, everything. These three, if you study, I think you should do little homework and Google, study, because only when you study, you will develop this Sankhya on your own. You will start having clicks on your own. I can give you a lot of references. I'll give you the references I have from Rig Veda, first canto and 103rd chapter, 2nd verse. Indra, Lord of light and power, like the sun with his actions, waves of gravitation, holds the earth and manifests its vast expanse, striking the electric thunderbolt of his energy. He constantly creates the waters of space. He breaks the cloud formed in the Rohini constellation, striking over its shoulders and releases the showers of rain on the earth. That glory of yours, Lord, which is supreme and eternal, which is essential, subtle and mysterious, and this which is actual and existential, the poets of vision and imagination realize by its manifestations of this glory of Indra, this which is on earth is one and distinct, and the other which is in heaven is distinct and another. The two mingle in form and mature as one, just as two parties meet in the assembly, each with its identity, and become one community. I have collected some 20-30 references. I'll share the whole thing in the Facebook social media. You study it. I'll give you the fundamental principle connecting the whole thing. Understand? Gravitation in macrocosm, greed in microcosm. Actually, in the initial level, you need to understand our existence is like holographic. Macrocosm's holographic structure is microcosm. Once you evolve this Sankhya, this conscious evolution, and reach the fifth force, you will understand macrocosm is microcosm and microcosm is macrocosm. Consciousness is Paramashiva, Paramashiva is consciousness. Either you need a strong Guru Bhakti, simple obedience to Guru's words, so you click with the truth and it becomes experience in you, or you develop this Sankhya, clarity of the conscious evolution. Rishi Piplada explains in the Prashnopanishad, the mother divinity in the earth helps the apana by supporting it. As per the Ayurveda, apana is the force equivalent to gravity, present in the middle of the body. In all living beings, it aids bodily functions of ingestion, taking in of food, digestion, the process of moving and breaking down food into absorbable nutrients, excretion, discarding the body, waste such as defecation, micturition, urination, parturition, giving birth, all these actions. Listen. Listen intensely. I'll put all the references I'm referring now in the satsang. You don't need to worry, oh, Swamiji is giving too many references. I'm not able to recollect, remember. No, I'll put all this in the social media. In the Facebook, I'll upload everything. Relaxed way, you sit and study. Now you receive only the basic principle which I am teaching you. With this basic principle, if you study all these references, your whole head will lit up. Especially if you are living a vegetarian lifestyle, your whole body will lit up. Understand? Vegetarian food, veganism as a reason. Suddenly I started using the word veganism. Because in the West, even the milk is not vegetarian. Desi cow's milk, which is worshipped as Gomata, is vegetarian. The cow should be worshipped as a living being, equivalent to mother. Only that cow's milk is vegetarian. Not any other cows. I am making it very clear. Cow, which is worshipped as Gomata, equivalent to mother. Only that cow's milk is vegetarian. It is considered as vegan. The definition of veganism as per Kailasa. Definition of veganism as per Kailasa. Cow milk from a cow which is worshipped, revered, equivalent to mother. And the products made of that milk is part of veganism, vegan diet. Not any other cows or any other dairy products. I'm making it very clear. Some people are telling, oh, in the West, the cows are treated badly. Go to India. India has gone to the same level of West. India also, only the traditional mutts, monastery, goshalas, cows are treated with respect and love and worshipped. So I am very clearly telling you, all my disciples, if you want to drink milk, any dairy product, have cows in your home. Worship them, respect them, get milk from them. Having a cow in your house will bring Lakshmi, wealth to you. I tell you, the worst thing, the criminal, negligent Hindus, I want to popularize this word, criminal, negligent Hindus. If you are seeing, hearing the news about Bangladeshi Hindus are destroyed and you just keep quiet, eat your shit and live your third-rate life, you are a criminal, negligent Hindu. and your son, your next generation, is not only not going to be Hindu, you don't have a right to have someone who is going to carry your name. That's why you are going to lose it. Criminal, negligent society has no right to exist. You have no right to have future. One of the worst thing these criminally negligent Hindus tell is they always think the Hinduism will be protected by somebody else. To justify their criminal negligence, they think, oh, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it can never be destroyed. Bloody. Dash, 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 dash. Put beep sound and fill all the dirty words in this gap. See how much Hinduism was a living experience during your great-grandfather and grandfather, and now for you and your kids. Then tell whether Hinduism can be destroyed or not. It is already. It is there, almost ready for museum. I'm not going to let it die. That's different. I am going to revive. But be very clear. The criminal, negligent Hindus. Actually, I want the whole Kailasa should start using this word. We are treating Hindus with a very cute words like, oh, consumeristic Hindus. Hindus are caught in consumerism. That is the real problem. Many anti-Hindu forces are very active. Oh, Hindus are not united. Don't use all these decent words towards Hindus. Use straight word. Criminally negligent Hindus. Always bothered about one degree, one house, one spouse, 2 kids, 2 cars, bank balance, over. When you lose your next generation to atheism and other religions or consumerism or just any other lifestyle and ideology, coming and crying, oh Swamiji, I lost my next generation. They are not following me anymore, following Hinduism anymore. Not only they are not going to follow Hinduism anymore, they are not going to remember your name. And you fellows after death go and suffer in the Pitruloka without any Pitru or Pinda. Be very clear. Unless your next 7 generation gives you the Pinda, you are going to rot and die in Pitruloka. These are all not false lies. You will rot and die in Pitruloka if you don't take the responsibility for your next 7 generation to follow Hindu tradition and give you the Shraddha properly. If you have given Shraddha, you will see the mantra not only for your father, forefather, their forefather, it is for 7 generation. Be very clear. If you want a peaceful existence after death, make sure your 7 generation follows Hinduism and gives you Shraddha properly. Otherwise, get lost, rot in the Pitruloka. These are all not false
Other religions talk only about one birth and they have their own solutions and all that. Hinduism is very clear. If you are a born Hindu, the greater science of life, the truth of the cosmos is this. Stop being criminally negligent. Learn to keep your next 7 generation Hindus and living, practicing Hindus. They should give proper Shraddha Pindadarpana to you. Only then you are going to be in peace in the Pitruloka. I am making it very clear. Anyone comes to Kailasa, I will ask them to have a regular check in the Mahakailasa, whether your next generations are following, practicing Hinduism and giving you the Shraddha and Pinda. Only if your next generations are giving you Shraddha and Pinda, you will have a social respect in Kailasa. I am talking about Mahakailasa itself. Otherwise, in Mahakailasa, people will laugh at you. Your grandson did not send you the Pinda now this year. Over. Next 7 generations should give you Shraddha. So next 7 generations should follow Hinduism. Take collective integrity responsibility for that. Criminal, negligent, dash. Put the beep sound and fill all the filthy words in that gap. The criminal, negligent Hindus started believing, having a cow in the house, doing everyday puja, these are all waste of time, takes away too much energy. Why don't you stop cooking? Just eat your shit itself. So cooking time will be saved. Very easy. You just shit and eat the same. That becomes more practical, time-saving lifestyle, na? I tell you, I am born and brought up in a house where my grandparents used to have a cow in the home just to milk every day and use for puja, offer to Paramashiva and Shiva puja and take it to temple. The amount of auspiciousness the house used to have. Wow. Every day morning that go puja, all that. Don't try to come and tell me, in US we cannot keep cows. Then get lost and go to a country where you can keep cows. Life is not all about the 70 years in the planet Earth. Life is large. Life is large. A house where the cows live, puja happens every day. The whole house will be productive 10 times more because every day you need to pull yourself, drag yourself out of bed and you need to be active. You cannot just sit in your cell phone whole day. Now the next is coming, multiverse. To literally kill you into your screen. The relationship between you and the reality will be reduced 90% more the moment multiverse is launched. The companies which launches multiverse and runs, they will become trillionaires. You will become so
poor with the life, your relationship with reality will disappear. I tell you, every day, even if you spend 10-15 minutes with cows, either milking or just hugging, doing puja, cleaning, it brings so much healing in you, so much compassion in you, so much completion in your way of relating with life. All husbands who have problem with the wife's violence, if you feel my wife is violent and she is not listening to me, same way all wives, if you feel your husband is very aggressive, abusive type and he is not settling, just get a cow to a house, start carrying. You will see how much both of you will be healed inside. I tell you, these are all not lies or some cheating techniques. One cow in the home will bring so much completion between the family, so much attitude, right life positive attitude towards existence. A house in which the Go Puja happens, Shiva Puja happens, when I reveal this truth's reality, simply it will become reality for you, initiation for you. If you just have a cow, do Shiva Puja every day, teach all this to your kids, literally it is equivalent to having Goshala, Devalaya and Gurukul in your home. Your house has become a Kailasa ecosystem. Naturally, you will have few books, my books, so that will become Jnanalaya. A simple Tiruvannamalai village Hindu lifestyle is what I made it into big and made it as a Kailasa ecosystem and took it to whole world. That's all. Life is not just 70 years. So listen to what I am trying to explain. And I tell you, I am very practical person. You see, I am a workaholic person. I will neither waste my time nor teach you to waste your time. I can give you statistics for now. How many hours you are productive? Spending for wealth creation, spending on having sweet family, spending on entertainment. How many hours per day you are totally alive? Just bring the life of cow puja, means bring one cow to your home and start maintaining it. Bring Go Puja and Shiva Puja. You may think, oh, this Go Puja and Shiva Puja will take at least 1 more hour of my time. No. Now, if you are active every day, 5 to 8 hours, if you bring Ko-Puja and Shiva-Puja, 1 hour extra work, I promise you will be alive and active 18 to 20 hours a day. I am telling you. I am not an impractical person. Just see. See my life. டீனேஜ்ல வீடு வீடா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு வீடு கட்டிட்டேன். 20ஸ்ல தெருவா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு தெருவே கட்டிட்டேன். 30ஸ்ல ஊரா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு ஊரையே கட்டிட்டேன். 40ஸ்ல நாடா பிச்சை எடுத்து ஹிந்து மதத்துக்காக ஒரு நாடே கட்டிட்டேன். நான் பிராக்டிக்கலான ஆளப்பா. I'm the most practical person. And I work not just 20 hours a day, almost 24 hours. I constantly make myself available for the Sangha, Kailasa, and make the whole Kailasa also work. So listen with a little sincerity. You are active, intelligent, working hour per day will increase 150 to 200% if you bring Ko-Puja and Shiva-Puja in your life, and I am responsible for what I am uttering. I am responsible for what I am uttering. Because this all makes you more active, alive. Keeps you connected to reality. Not that stupid screen 24/7 drill, daga, non-defying. That cell phone and your stupid screen. All criminally negligent Hindus wake up. I will never teach something to waste your time. I keep myself productive and keep all of you extremely productive. Hugging a cow removes, hugging a cow and doing Ko-Puja. If you spend 10-15 minutes a day, it takes away almost 4-5 hours of boiling violence in you and keeps you cool, sweet for 4-5 hours, makes your 4-5 hours very productive and able to relate with people. Especially this pandemic, how you all got broken, mentally broken. That is why during this pandemic, Pralaya time, any of my Kailasa Vasis, Adina Vasis, anything they told me, I don't believe. I just put the whole blame on Pralaya and tell them, okay, it's okay, kids are going through Pralaya, let's leave it. Let's not give meaning to the words they are uttering, because even they don't know what they are uttering.
the impact of pralaya on you will drastically reduce. If you just keep a Ko-puja, Shiva-puja. Kim Williams is asking, we are not allowed cow in home. What else can we use? No, just leave that country and go to a country where the cows are allowed. Kim Williams is asking a question. We are not allowed cow in home. What else can we use? Just go to a country where you are allowed to have cows in your home. Drop that country, that's all. Why people change countries for the job, for even sometimes food and alcohol, wine? Why don't you change the country for life? That's all. Alicia Maurice is asking, Swamiji, can we do cow puja to cow photo? Then just get enlightenment also as a photograph. Don't ask for enlightenment. Don't drink cow milk. Have the photograph of milk and lick that and get satisfied. And have the photograph called enlightenment. Write in a paper enlightenment and lick that paper, eat that paper, and satisfied that you are enlightened. Don't ask for enlightenment. Don't ask for cow milk. All our temples in USA also should work with the local governments and get the legal proper approval, permission, and start having desi cows and start doing Ko-puja every day. To set a trend. To set a trend. These criminally negligent Hindus all the time trying to use my name for their criminal negligence. No, don't. I am a talking God, God who talks back nicely. So you can't use me to justify your criminal negligence. If you are seeing, hearing the news about Bangladeshi Hindus getting killed, destroyed, raped, butchered, and keeping quiet, you don't have a right to expect your daughters not to get raped by the anti-Hindus, the same guys who are raping the Bangladeshi Hindu women. Their kids are going to rape your daughters and your sisters, your next generation. Don't think you are safe. 100 years before, when Afghanistan Hindu women were getting raped, the Indian Hindus kept quiet. Pakistani Hindus kept quiet. Then 60 years before, Pakistani Hindus were getting raped. Indian Hindus kept quiet.
Then this generation, Bangladeshi Hindus are getting raped, Indian Hindus are keeping quiet. Next generation, there will be nobody called Indian Hindus. That is where you are heading. And you are still believing your criminal negligence can be justified. The same people who are raping the Bangladeshi Hindu girls, actually the Bangladeshi Hindu girls are now getting raped. Those kids who are born out of that rape, they will come and rape your daughters and granddaughters in India. That's what is going to happen. That's where you guys are heading. Criminal, negligent Hindus. I want this word to be, this should be hashtag trending in all social media. Criminal, negligent Hindus. Your negligence is not casual, it is criminal negligence. Last, your lifestyle. You know, funny thing. My grandfather had cow in the home and did Ko-puja, Shiva Puja. Not only the Ko-puja, Shiva Puja both stopped after my grandfather passed away. Now, next generation, I can't even tell them. I can't tell even in the family in which I was born and brought up. To them, even to them, I cannot advise. No, you guys are doing something wrong. We should bring the Ko-puja, Shiva Puja back in our life. We should continue. All this should not discontinue. They say, Swamiji, we will hand over the deity to ashram. You please take it and you do it, Swamiji. We will pay the money for cows to you. And you please buy a cow in our name and keep the cow in the ashram, and you maintain the Goshala and do Ko-puja and no, they are all very sweet people. Swamiji, how much money we need to give for one Godana? And you buy the cow and keep in the ashram and maintain, Swamiji, and bless us with that punya. உள்ள பெக்கிறத தவிர மீதி எல்லாத்தையும் பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டானுங்கடா. ஆதாயம் இப்ப புதுசா ஒரு டெக்னாலஜியை கண்டுபிடிச்சு வாடகை தாயின்ட்டானுங்க. படுபாவீங்களா? லைஃபை பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டு போய் படுத்துக்கிறதான சுடுகாட்டுல சுகமா இருக்கும்ல. Listen. All Hindus, listen. Your negligence is crossing all limits and becoming criminal negligence. That's all I can say. Let me come back to the satsang subject I was talking. Electromagnetic force in the Brahmanda is the fear in Pindanda. I have spoken elaborately about fear from 2002. Listen, in 2002, my earliest satsang recordings available. I have spoken elaborately about this fifth force from 2002, 3. You can hear my satsangs on this fifth force, consciousness. That time itself I have spoken elaborately about fear and how it is connected to electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force happening in the macrocosm, same when it happens in microcosm, it is fear. Fear happening in macrocosm is electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force happening in the microcosm is fear. So study a bit all the laws of the electromagnetic force. And I've elaborately defined the principle of fear from 2003, and it's all available in the YouTube. Spend little time in organizing. I tell you, if you study on your own, based on this principle, understanding electromagnetic force, you can just Google. It's not that it's all not available. Understand electromagnetic force and understand fear and try to see how it connects. When you get the clicks, it becomes part of your very bio-memory. It is like you build a muscle memory with that great truth. Vinesh actually works out all the time when he is listening to satsang. I'm very happy about it, because all these ideas will get into the muscle memory. You can actually do gymming and workout, listening to the satsang, even yoga, or have your kids on your lap, making them sleep or making them comfortable, because all this will make these great truths get into your muscle memory. Even drinking coffee or hot chocolate is advisable during the satsang, because I have always seen multiple times Arunagiri Yogeshwara will keep a pot full of water. While he was giving the satsang itself, while he is teaching the truths, he will be touching that water and asking me to drink, sip. Because this satsang time, literally, your consciousness get impregnated by Paramashiva's manifestation, energy into your being. Some of the stupid, criminally negligent Hindus come and tell me, "Oh, Swamiji, these ISKCON people have Goshala, maintain cows, but all that takes too much time, waste of time. It is not productive. We can just buy the cow milk from the shop and from the mall and do Abhishekam. Why should we have cows?" I think by now you guys know my answer. Why? If you want an answer, why ISKCON temple inspires thousands of people to live Hinduism, and why the so-called modern day doctor-run temples in US? What is doctors-run temples in US? No, all these Telugu doctors. No, I'm not blaming them. They are good people. and they make a lot of money. And they can't forget Venkateshwara. They can't go regularly to Venkateshwara. So they put a temple here and give money. All this great. But they control the rituals as per their text message. They will have when they get a call, that's all. The whole Abhishekam is cut short. Time changed. Priority is given to everything other than God. It's not actually when Venkateshwara should have Abhishekam. Ramanuja has decided already. You can't decide based on the medical emergency calls you get. If you are not able to attend, okay, go and attend your hospital, nothing wrong. But don't try to interfere with the rituals. Why this Hindu doctor-run temples are not able to inspire even their next generation to follow Hinduism? And why the ISKCON temple is able to inspire millions, not just born Hindus, even the people who are born outside Hinduism, why they are all inspired to live Hinduism? Because they are not neo-Hindus. ISKCON is not neo-Hindus, they are traditional Hindus. They are reviving the traditional Hinduism. I wanted to make very clear statement. All my temples, Kailasas, all over the world should follow ISKCON's tradition of reviving the Hinduism as it is, not this neo-Hinduism. And all the shit this NRI run Hindu temples, they talk, oh, it's all just to justify their criminal negligence. With bhakti, with deep devotion, whatever you offer to Mahadeva, he will accept. Whatever you offer it to Paramashiva, he will accept. See, Kannappan offered even the pig meat. Why? Oh God. Kannappan offered his eyes also. You also give your eyes, then give pig meat. Don't try to use Kannappar for your violation of the Agamas. For these guys to violate Agamas and to justify their criminal negligence, these neo-Hindus will go to any extent. Mix and match. Use Vedanta, part and parcel here and there, to abuse Hindu gods. I want all my temples, Kailasas, all over the world. I want all my temples, Kailasas, all over the world. Listen to this. You will follow the footsteps of ISKCON and revive authentic Hinduism as it is from Vedas and Agamas. You will not follow the shit of this neo-Hindu modern run. Hodgepodge, criminally negligent organizations. I'm making it very clear. See, I don't have a problem in NRIs running. They run the Indian centers and all that. They enjoy. Even next to our San Jose temple, there is an Indian center. Great. That's like a social organization. Gather, enjoy, know each other, help each other in business. It's a wonderful thing. I liked that very concept. When you help each other in business and you get to know the families, making new friends. It's so beautiful. That Indian centers, great. But temples are temples. The temple science is different. Don't try to make the temples as community centers. Temples are the place where Paramashiva directly lands from Kailasa and lives as Archavatara. Lives as Archavatara. Listen. Listen. Temples are place where God lives. Hindu temples are not Hindu religious organizations. It is the place where God lives. That's why when sometimes people say, oh, I'll be directly connected to Swamiji, but I don't want to go to temple and volunteer. I tell them, no. I live in temple. You serving the deities is directly serving me. Bhakti should be deity based, not mental based. Mental fellows. Bhakti should be deity based. Don't use Vedanta to justify your criminal negligence. Don't use stupid ideas and principles to justify your criminal negligence. Spend little time, understand the principles of how electromagnetic waves function, how your fears function. You will have so many clicks, revelations. Same way, understand all the principles related to quantum physics and soft nuclear power. This theory about parallel universe, soft nuclear power, or weak nuclear force, quantum universe, theories about atomic powers, energy, everything human mind has decoded is only to the level of weak nuclear force. Study that and see how a powerful cognition in you does the same in the macrocosmic level. If you study these three, by then you would have developed a beautiful Sankhya, the conscious conclusion method, how a knowledge can be arrived from Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Pratyaksha Pramana, with our own Atma Pramana and made into Sakshi Pramana. You will start developing that conscious methodology. See, Either you should have a deep feeling connection where I can just initiate you and give you this as a gift, or you have to develop this conscious way of coming to conclusion, cognitions, right powerful cognitions on your own. In these two, someone has to happen. Some one thing has to happen. Each powerful cognition which becomes part of you stays in you forever. It never leaves you. Annamalai Swamigal very beautifully told me once, I think he's from a Brahmin family, he's born and brought up, maybe, I do not know exactly, but the way he talks is that elite, highly spiritually evolved, and that family background, I feel it must be the Brahmin background because the language and everything. Once I asked him, Swamiji, will this enlightenment experience leave? He just patted on my back and said, "Hey, தொட்டு காட்டினது சுட்டு போட்டாலும் போவாதடா, போடா போடா." I'll translate in English. He says, once that touched you and shown as a revelation, even if you are burnt, it will not leave you. தொட்டு காட்டினது சுட்டு போட்டாலும் போகாது, போடா போடா. Now, whatever principles I am revealing, take this and do little homework. Enough we wasted our time in criminal negligence, the way Hindus lost Hinduism last 100 years is unprecedented. Listen, unprecedented. I sincerely feel it is time to stop the erosion and revive the original Hindu principles as per Vedas and Agamas. So these three principles today, you start internalizing. I have a lot of references about all these three. I'll upload everything in the Facebook. Take it all and start doing Vakyartha Sadas. Then I'll give you more details about how the initiation and strong nuclear force works. Everything you know about strong nuclear force, collect them. And everything I have revealed about initiation, collect it and see how exactly this is the way your experience is. Then you will understand what I mean by the word conscious reality. How the conscious reality in macrocosm manifests as consciousness, and in the microcosm manifests as consciousness, and in the macrocosm as Paramashiva. You have to see my body language also, along with words. When you miss the body language visual and catch only the words, like me, how they missed it, without showing the visual, when you use only that word verbal, me, you will never understand. Because in that video, I'm clearly showing the cosmic me manifesting through this body, me, who stays in this body as me, through that me, and the me each one of you are feeling in you as me, in each one of you is talking to that me. Through visuals, I am showing very clearly the cosmic me is manifesting through me, which is in this body as me, and talking to all of you who are feeling the me in you. The me you are feeling in you, to that me, this me is talking. If you miss the visual and just get the verbal, you will miss the essence. That's why all those trolls, abusers, they take only the verbal. They don't show the visual. Because if they show the visual, then they know, then people will know that what I am talking is the greatest cosmic revelation. The greatest truth from the Vedas. The Shuddhadvaita Satya. When they don't want people to understand this great truth, they just pull only the verbal and words, and that also they distort it and cut and paste and misuse, abuse. Anyhow, forget about them. Let me talk to people who want to use me properly, for whom I am useful properly. Fifth force, reality. It's actually like a awakening, sudden awakening. You know, yes, the reality is Paramashiva. Anyone awakens to this truth, understands the larger life. Life is not this just 100 years you carry in your body. Life is not longevity. Longevity is not life. Be very clear. I saw the news article that Corona has reduced the average lifespan of the whole humanity by 2 years. Can you imagine? The average lifespan of the whole humanity is reduced by 2 years. It is not just only the people who suffered with Corona. Corona and all the side effects of Corona has reduced the whole life expectancy of the human beings on planet Earth by 2 years. Oh God, can you imagine? I was shocked when I read that. But the report is very authentic by the people who are doing a sincere work, who have data, information, facts, and came to conclusion with in a very scientific method, in a very systematic way. Reality. Reality. Listen. Reality is beyond deep sleep, dream, waking state. It is just real. Just few days before, I saw real. I was walking in the streets of New York. Somebody told me this is the street Prabhupada used to do kirtan and used to walk in the streets and do kirtan. I immediately bent and touched that road and bowed down and put that dust on my head. I saw it is reality. So I know very soon I'll be visiting New York, especially that same street I'll be walking and touching the road in which Prabhupada used to walk and have kirtan. Listen, reality is not deep sleep, dream state, waking state. It's beyond these three. I can say all these three are included in reality, but all these three does not complete reality. See, you can't say just the deep sleep, dream, and waking state, all these three put together as reality, but in reality, these three are included.
understand this elaborately? If you walk through the Sankhya, the conscious cognition process, that's the exact translation I will provide for the word Sankhya. Sankhya is not mind building method, it is conscious cognition building method, conscious cognition conclusions building method. I'm trying to use more words to point the space. Actually, it's like a silver lining of the cloud. The silver lining defines the cloud because the cloud cannot be described or defined. I'm actually putting the silver lining, defining the silver lining, so through which you can understand what I am trying to demonstrate, what I am trying to highlight. Only the silver lining can be explained, not the cloud itself. Same way, I am explaining the borders. So you will understand what I am trying to explain. I'll actually continue to answer your questions live. I'm seeing questions from Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, everywhere. The live questions. Ma Nitya Priya Premananda is asking, I sometimes have dreams about you. How to know if this is a dream or reality? Listen. This answer is for all of you. Listen. When you remember the dream back, do two things. Try to remember whether it was color dream or black and white. If you feel you are able to remember the colors of the dream, it's a vision. Second, try to remember what is the smell you felt at the time in the dream. If you are able to remember the smell, relive, re-experience the smell of me which you saw in the dream, which you experienced in the dream. Be very clear, it's my darshan. I have come to you. It's straight darshan. It's not dream. It's darshan. Because only through breath, you, me, Paramashiva, all of us are connected. Listen, the breathing, the prana which is going inside your body and coming out, and the prana which is going inside my body and coming out, is directly connected to the prana which is going into the Paramashiva's Divya Sarira and coming out. So prana of you, prana of me, prana of Paramashiva, all is connected. Like Sutre Manigana Iva, Krishna says in Gita,
How in the pearl mala, necklace, the thread, center thread connects all the pearls, like this mala. Paramashiva, this Rudraksha, pearl, everything is connected by one center thread. Same way, the prana in you, the prana movement, the breathing happening in you, and the prana movement in me, breathing happening, inhaling and exhaling, and prana movement in Paramashiva, all three are directly connected. All three are one and the same. So, if you can remember, re-smell the smell you felt in the dream when I visited you, then be very clear, it's a darshan, not just dream. So this too is the scale. Try to see whether the dream you are able to recollect in multicolor, was that in color or black and white? Are you able to remember that smell or not? That's all. Mohit Gupcham Chandani is asking, Nithyanandam Swamiji, electrostatic force acts between opposite charged particles. Does this mean positive thoughts will attract negative thoughts? Listen very carefully. The so-called positive thoughts cannot exist without the so-called negative thoughts. Like that is why this positive thinking and all doesn't work. Life positivity only works. Positive thinking does not work. Life positivity is different from positive thinking. Be very clear. Positive thoughts and negative thoughts will always coexist. Life positivity is the foundation. That's a constant. If you study the electromagnetic forces laws, electrostatic forces laws, all the principles, the constant is life positivity. There is no life negativity for life positivity. But there is negative thought currents for positive thought currents. Both are centered on constant, which is life positivity. So please understand. When you feel you are a broken part, you will always be afraid of the other pieces. If you know there is a constant which is in you, how much ever you have self-doubt, self-hatred, it will not go beyond certain limit. See, there are some people, they know, I fight with my husband, I fight with my wife, but I will never go to the extent of divorcing, leaving them. So that is what I call, even for your negativity, there is a limit. Even for your negative thoughts, there is a limit. Even for your self-doubt, there is a limit. So that self-doubt will have a self-confidence. Self-confidence will generate sometimes self-doubt. But both finally is established on the self. When you know that self's quality, that is life positivity. Self-doubt or self-confidence is like a self-doubt is negative thoughts, self-confidence is positive thoughts, but self is constant. If you know The self is rooted in consciousness. It is like a constant rooted on infinity. The constant, the principle of constant, rooted on the principle of infinity. Understand? Any one of you do little research, spend 3 months on this one principle. Principle of constant established on the principle of infinity, you will get Nobel Prize. You will get Nobel Prize because you will be revealed the science of number, exactly the state Ramanujam experienced. What the Mahalakshmi, Rajagiri Tayar revealed to Ramanujam, that space I am revealing to all of you. Understand and study. Spend a little time on what is the principle of constant and what is the principle of infinity as per the modern day maths and as per the Western science. I am telling you, this is from the Eastern revelations, the Vedas. The constant, the principle of constant is self. It is established on principle of infinity, which is consciousness. Principle of infinity is consciousness. Principle of self is constant. The constant is established on infinity. If this clicks in you, you will master number. Whole universe is nothing but number. Whole universe is just number. Number is a living God. Whether human beings, siddhas, rishis, devatas, all is just number. Number, that's all. You may be one, the code number for the human beings, like how the unique code. Number is there all over the world. Same way in the cosmos, there is a unique code. For human being, there is a code number. For siddhas, there is a code number. For devatas, there is a code number. Just understanding the number, you will have the revelation about the number. The moment constant is established on infinity, clicks in you. Self is established on consciousness. Constant is established on infinity. Constant cannot exist unless it is established on infinity. Self cannot be self unless it is rooted, founded, sitting on consciousness. What Namagiri Tayar, Mahalakshmi Devi, revealed to Ramanujam, I am sharing with you all. Sri Shivanyana Swarupananda is asking, how does Shraddha relate to someone who has performed Maheshwara Puja for themselves? Shivanyana Swarupa, listen. All Hindus listen. If you have performed Maheshwara Puja for yourself, when you reach Kailasa after death, I will not let you be without food and water. I will not let you starve. But if your next generations don't give you Shraddha, you will not have social respect in Kailasa. You will not be treated properly in Mahakailasa because you did not take the collective integrity. to keep the Kailasa, Dharma, Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma alive on the planet Earth. You fellow need to be punished for the criminal negligence. Take responsibility for your next generation to keep practicing Sanatana Hindu Dharma. If you receive the Shraddha, that is the proof your next generations are practicing Hindus. If you don't get the parcel from Buloka, I will not let you starve. It's like in old age home, when you get gifts from your kids, how among the oldies you get little respect. Wow, still my son cares about me, still my daughter cares about me. I got a flower bouquet, I got a iPhone, I got a muffler. My granddaughter stitched some clothes for me and sent. How you feel the pride. Same way you will be respected in Kailasa if your 7th generation sends you Shraddha properly. I will not let you starve because you have done Maheshwara Puja to yourself, but you will not have the social respect if your next generations are not giving you the Shraddha. You have not taken the collective responsibility, then why should you enjoy the respect in Kailasa? Rot. I'll make the Chandala colony and you be in the Chandala colony in Kailasa. Irresponsible, criminally negligent. You will not be starved, but criminally negligent Chandalas did not bother to inspire, bring up the kids to live the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Just gave birth like a pig. Used the other body for sexual pleasure and gave birth, but did not take the responsibility to transmit this great cosmic science and bring them up, dumped them. Then why should you have a respect in Kailasa? Be in Chandala colony. Separately, criminally negligent Hindus will have a separate colony, separate place. Deepa Satish is asking, Swamiji, if a person did not marry and did not take sannyas also, then how to get Shraddha? Just rot. Either you should marry properly and keep that family tradition continue, or take sannyasa and that sannyasa sampradaya continues, and sannyasa sampradaya does Maheshwara Puja regularly to all their ancestor sannyasis. For the sannyasis who were part of the sampradaya and left the body. So either one way you receive the Shraddha. If you have not done both, then rot. You have no liberation, you have no mukti, and you have no place in Pitruloka. Be in Batala, dark worlds, and rot. And don't try to use me or try to get any support from me for your criminally negligent lifestyle. Don't try to be like a neo-Hindu. Oh, Swamiji, please don't be so harsh and strong on us. You just tell us, give us some consolation. It's okay. You can chant Rama Rama 2 times. You can chant Krishna Krishna 3 times. You can chant Shiva Shiva 4 times. That is enough for your liberation. Actually, you don't even need to chant the 2nd time Shiva or 2nd time Rama. Just 1 Rama is enough for liberation. If you have that kind of an initiation and conscious reality. And when you don't have that conscious reality and initiation, don't try to use those statements to justify your criminal negligence. The shitty neo-Hindus using all the great Vedantic principles
to justify their criminal intelligence and trying to teach me Hinduism. ஓரமா போய் விளையாடுங்கடா ஓக்கத்தை. Kela Browserd is asking, what if you don't have a children and you are the only Hindu in your family? Either get married and have children, bring them up as proper practicing Hindus, or take sannyas. So that sannyas sampradaya gives you the Maheshwara Puja forever. It's your responsibility you do any one of this. Sona Kamath is asking, is it important to know about our past lives? I tell you, unclutch deeply, you will know about your present life. Present life is nothing but the extension of the past life. So whatever you need to know about the past will be revealed to you. So you can build your future. That's all. Next question. Shachi Aranke is asking, beloved Swamiji, how do we know the difference between delusion, fantasy, positive visualization, Satya Sankalpa? Shachi, listen. Shachi, are you there? Listen. Delusion means just intensely packed negativity. Not even a ray of positive hope. Fantasy means pendulum between this reality and greed. The extension of the reality you experience into the zone of greed. Like a pendulum is oscillating between reality and greed. The end of the greed, end of the reality. The pendulum oscillating between these two is called fantasy. So maybe you can understand this word. See the Jakrat state, waking state. That's what I meant by the word reality, not the conscious reality. Waking state and deep sleep state. The pendulum oscillating between these two is called fantasy. Then the third word you are asking, positive visualization. The pendulum oscillating between waking state and turiya is positive visualization. You are positively, consciously constructing it. When you try to visualize, you are with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, Paramashiva. A positive visualization. It is like a pendulum oscillating between waking state and turiya state. So listen, pendulum oscillating between waking state and deep sleep is fantasy, and pendulum oscillating between waking state and turiya, conscious reality, that is positive visualization. Satya Sankalpa is more like powerful cognition. You just know this is it. This is it. Conclusive, powerful cognitions are Satya Sankalpa. That's all. This is the definition of these 4 words. So with this definition, you can see very clearly the difference. Mohit Gupchandani is asking, Swamiji, weak nuclear force is able to change the charges of particles via beta decay. Same way, when we meditate on powerful cognition, our thought current also changes immediately. Mohit Gupchandani, listen. When you actually unclutch not just your thought currents, your liver, your kidney, your intestine, the very elasticity and plasticity of your brain changes. Listen, youth means whose brain still retains the elasticity and plasticity for the new, exciting, enlightening life, intense life. Youth has nothing to do with based on your date of birth, year of birth. Youth means whose brain is plastic enough, elastic enough to manifest the grooves, to radiate enlightenment, excitement, intensity, joy, life positivity is youth. So when you unclutch, sit in unclutching, your liver changes, your intestine balances, the elasticity and plasticity of the brain, the ability of your brain to develop the new grooves changes. It's no more a dead, frozen stone. It's a living clay in which the new grooves can be formed. Youth is a person who can get inspired, who can get excited, who can really awaken himself for developing the grooves of enlightenment. Saranya is asking, Swamiji, as a mother, what can I give the best for my kid? Give e-Gurukul. Don't come back and try to tell me and negotiate me. Oh, my husband doesn't agree. My dad doesn't agree. My father's granddaughters, cousins, machan, is angry with you and he doesn't accept you. Don't come back to me with all these shitty stories. This is the best you can give for your kid. If you can give, give. Otherwise, do what you want. Get ready for your Bangladeshi neighbors to come and enjoy your daughters. It is so sad. Even though Hindus lost the whole Aganda Bharat, shrinking in such terrorizing speed in last 100 years. And still these fellows are, oh, Sanatana Hindu Dharma cannot be destroyed. It is Sanatana means eternal, jing jing, jung jung. And they are trying to console me. Hey.
Shalini Viswanathan is asking, can girls give Pinda Darpana for parents and ancestors? Agama very clearly says girls have to give, not can girls give. I do not know about how this idea girls cannot do Shraddha or last rites got into the so-called Neo-Hinduism. There is enough agamic reference. Even the other day, Ma Achala and Pranapriya pulled out. I have a clear Shastra Pramana. Daughters, wife, sisters, girls, women can do last rites as per Agama. I'll upload that Shastra Pramana. I'll tell Ma Pranapriya and Achala to upload that Shastra Pramana. It is available. So be very clear. Women can do even the last rites like a cremation or keeping samadhi, all these last rites, and can give Pindadarpana, Shraddha, should give. And how these Neo-Hindus have started believing this shit, women should not do last rites or women should not do Shraddha and Pinda. I don't know how this has happened. But original Agama says very clearly. We have Agama Pramana, Shastra Pramana. Women can do last rites and should do Pindadarpana and Shraddha for ancestors and parents. These Neo-Hindu intellectuals destroy the original Hinduism. Kim Ki Lee is asking, Swamiji, what exactly do you mean when you say to someone that you will remove their karmas? I just remove their karmas, that's all. Their past activities and the bad, negative sins they collected, the pain they created in others, comes on them as the karma. I just burn them away, that's all. All the effects of their past is burnt away. They are freed from the past and the influence of the past and sufferings of the past. That's all. Sharmila Rajendran, how to convert the fear energy to my advantage in everyday life? Simply decide to unclutch. Ferociously unclutch. Arrogantly unclutch. You see, how arrogantly you fight with your spouse, husband. How you don't give up. Same way, just don't give up to your fear. That's all. Treat your fear as your spouse. That's it. How you sit and plan even when he or she is not there. What all arguments you should throw when he comes back, when she comes back. See, you spend certain time fighting with your spouse. All the remaining times you spend in preparing mentally for the fight. Same way, don't give up. Don't bend in front of your fear. That's all. Treat it like your spouse. You will suddenly see the fear disappears and it loses power over you. That's it. Maya Das. What is the vrata which should be observed for Skanda Sashti to create collective integrity? For that 6 days, all of you who want to do Kanda Sashti vrata, gather in one place, cook together, have only one meal during the sunset. Whole day don't eat anything. Do Kanda Sashti Parayanam 36 times. Sit as a group from morning till evening. That 6 days take off. Whoever wants to do Kanda Sashti Vratam, all of you gather in one place. Stay in one place. Rent a place and stay in one place. From morning till evening. Do 36 times Kanda Sashti Vrata. Means Kanda Sashti Parayanam. Kanda Sashti Kavacham chanting. And evening, before the sunset, have only one meal. All of you cook together, work together, cook, offer it to Subramanya, and eat before going to bed. Late night, do Rudrabhishekam. Listen, in Hindu tradition, in Agamas, doing Rudrabhishekam to Subramanya is tradition. Night is the time the third eye of the Paramashiva opened up for the Subramanya to manifest. So night time, do Rudrabhishekam. After the sunset, do the Rudrabhishekam to Subramanya. Ma Shuka Yoga is asking, girls can go to temples during menstrual time. No. Any temple gives as a rule in their Pattadi. See the Prana Pratishta, whoever has done the Prana Pratishta of the deity, they make the Pattadi. If that temple's Pattadi does not allow women during the periods 3 days to come into the temple, you should not go. And if you ask me, I will tell not only you should not go to temple, even inside the home, you should isolate yourself. You can go to your personal puja room, like a Atmartha puja you can do. You should do Atmartha puja. That is okay. But you can't go to the place where Parartha puja happens. If that Pattadis ban you entering, so you should follow the Pattadi of those temples. In the house also, you should take rest for the 3 days, should not do anything other than just isolating yourself, and people should serve you for the 3 days. Shachi Arange is asking, can women do Gayatri mantra, other Vedic mantras? Yes. You can do Gayatri and other Vedic mantras. And it will not lead to any hormonal imbalance or any problems. You can do. You can do, and we have enough references of Rishikas. Tons of reference. I have a long list, at least 100 Rishikas were there during the Vedic times, and in the Vedas itself, we have a reference of 100 Rishikas. Not just Maitri and Gargi. There's a big list. So enjoy Vedas. Saranya Tatpurusha Shivashakti is asking, give me spiritual name. Tatpurusha Shivashakti is a spiritual name for you. You took the Samaya Diksha, you got that spiritual name. If you want the spiritual name with Nithyananda, take sannyasa, I will give you. Without taking the responsibility, why are you trying to have the spiritual name? If you say, oh, I can't take a sannyasa, then just be happy with the spiritual name you got with the Samaya Diksha. That's all. Samaya Diksha people, be happy with the Samaya Diksha spiritual name. If you want the spiritual name with Nithyananda, come and become Adinavasi, take sannyasa, then I will give you the spiritual name. See, I do not expect anything from you. But if you commit, stand with that commitment. If not, it is Guru Droha. Because of your commitment, I build a collective integrity to save the humanity from delusions and sufferings and pralaya. You commit and become a part of the ship, and then suddenly you try to switch off the engine, saying, oh, no, I am going. I am not interested in fulfilling. Then it is crime. Not just criminal negligence, crime. See, if you don't commit at all, then it is just criminal negligence. If you commit and don't fulfill, it's a crime. So don't expect the higher things without committing and fulfilling. That's all.
अब देखो ये कैसे देखे पट्टी बंद कर आंखों पे हर बाधा हटा कर सब दूर दूर जो है कह जाएंगे कि सब देखते रह जाएंगे त्रिनेत्र जागरण जो इसे कहते हैं कथाओं में जो सुनने को मिलते हैं कहने में जो लगे नहीं इतना आसान चिल इतना भी नहीं मुश्किल बात बनेगी संपूर्ति जब साथ है तो आओ एक दीक्षा की तो बात है सारी दुनिया में मगर एक ही इंसान उप्स नॉट इंसान ये है भगवान.
Om Ma Durgananda Nitya Durgananda is saying, I am part of your ship. Yes, Durgananda, I sincerely accept you. You are the one who never wavered from your commitment. You are a very chaste disciple. Very highly committed, not only committed and integrated and just waiting for my command. I know. And you are really real. And chaste disciple. True. Not hypocritical. Very true. And you are part of my ship. I'll call you to Kailasa soon. See, many people like Durgananda, I have not called them to Kailasa due to logistic reasons. But there are some other just hypocrites. Oh, I give myself to you, Swamiji. I want to cook Kanchipuram idli and feed you physically. Can you come, Swamiji? All of you come to Paramashiva Darshan, Devi Darshan and get answered. They will answer you.
देखो ये कैसे देखे पट्टी बंद कर आंखों पे हर बाधा हटा कर सब दूर दूर जो है कह जाएंगे कि सब देखते रह जाएंगे त्रिनेत्र जागरण जो इसे कहते हैं कथाओं में जो सुनने को मिलते हैं कहने में जो लगे नहीं इतना आसान चिल इतना भी नहीं मुश्किल बात बनेगी संपूर्ति जब साथ है तो आओ एक दीक्षा की तो बात है सारी दुनिया में मगर एक ही इंसान उप्स नॉट इंसान ये है भगवान. जय 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 नित्यानंदा जय शिव शंकर नित्यानंदा.
Ma Durgananda, surely Kai will be with me. You and Kai both will be with me because he is connected to me. He is connected to me. Even in the parallel universe, he is connected to me. Don't worry. He may have a little mood swing here and there like a teenage kid, but he will come back and he will come with you to me and both of you will be with me. Don't have any fear or doubt about it. Just support him and inspire him and that's all. Yes, I think. Okay. So, my blessings. I'm planning for every day one satsang, one Paramashiva darshan, one Paramashakti darshan. 3 every day. That's the way I'm planning my schedule. Soon we'll start it. We'll start soon. And Kailasa has got now broadband internet permanently at multi-level. So we'll be able to do it. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa, Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nit. Security measures.
Out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand power manifestation.
What is power manifestation? Power manifestation is becoming alive